totaling up to the fantastic four that normally ushers you into your morning situations here on your national broadcaster. Kicking it off this time round with the seasoned Robert Chirabo Nyonyi Ntono. I wouldn't go to the ladies this time round. I will go to the ladies last. Chirabo, good morning, and how are you feeling? Day 5. We're heading to the climax of the NAM summit as of now.
Well, I'm actually very, very fine because all seems to be moving according to program. For example, yesterday I must say it was a very successful meeting of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development in Eastern Africa, that is the Igad, which was held. Even now we know what transpired there, the document, and of course it handled very, very properly issues regarding that is Somalia, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. And this means so much to Uganda because when you look at the Igad, it happens to be the largest intergovernmental organization of developing countries in the United Nations and provides for this platform for them to negotiate jointly and open up their views. So if you've had NAM successful, you've had Igad, another big meeting successful, the G7 kicked off plus China yesterday, and according to things all seem successful. Now I'm looking at global positioning of Uganda, and why not celebrate? Why not have the joy in me? And of course I can't forget to smile, as you are told.
And well, of course, he's keeping the smile on because we do have quite a number of delegates in the country, total of 12 presidents as of now. The rest, we also have prime ministers and vice presidents that are already in the country, representing on behalf of their countries as presidents. We do have the president of Ghana, we have the president of South Africa, the Central African Republic, Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, Djibouti, Somalia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, and Equatorial Guinea. Those are fully represented by their heads of state, and their arrivals as of yesterday were live here on your national broadcaster. And then from Libya, we do have the president of the Libyan Presidential Council, and Mali's prime minister is in the country as well. Algeria also was represented by its prime minister. Turkey, the vice president. Nepal, prime minister. Bahamas, the prime minister is here, and China as the vice president. Vietnam, the vice president, and then also looking at Bosnia and his governor, the member of the presidency, is in the country. Sudan, command of the paramilitary, is also in the country. Tanzania's prime minister, Rwanda's prime minister, Cuba's vice president, and then South Africa's president, making it a total of 13 presidents that are in the country for the NAM summit and the G77 summits. And of course, we shall be giving you more updates on who will be making his way into the country as the day goes by or as the weekend goes by. But now, let me get to Chantal Oliver Kandinda this morning to check how she's doing for this Friday situation. Good morning, Chantal.
Good morning, Sonko. I am doing very well, and I'm hoping you are fine as well.
Well, I'm doing well, and I'm doing so fantastic. I do love the outfit that you're wearing. Just recently, the trend has been chisati kind of thing for the vintage wear, and I would say it chisati dress masavumere. Good morning. How are you feeling for day 5 of the
Well, I'm very, very excited. That is one, because you know, the more we progress, the more I got to realize that much as at some point we had a few things here and there, we are doing pretty well for ourselves as Uganda, being able to host all these delegates, all these events almost at the same time, and we remain organized and at peace, and that is kudos to each and every single individual that has made sure all these events run smoothly. So, and of course to the Ugandans as well, you are doing really well. When you get to a place where there is traffic, you're not going to see people misbehave like they usually do. When the motorcade is going to be passing, communication seems to be moving quite smoothly, and I'm so glad that we have proven ourselves as Uganda, a developing country, that we are more organized than even the world or even ourselves get to think. So I'm very excited for us.
we're more organized than we even think. Chantal, you're always firing shots, I should say. But now let's get to the immaculate Olive Monica Najima. How are you doing today, Olive? Good morning.
I am wonderful. Good morning, Sonko. How are you this morning?
I am well. I am well. The Friday is here. And of course, we are moving on so well with the NAM broadcast. Day 5 is here. What's your takeaway point? How excited are you as we're coming to the climax?
Well, day 5 is here and I'm excited. As a country, we've done so well for ourselves. This is the best way to start the year. And of course, among the achievements we've got from the NAM Summit, yesterday on the sidelines of the NAM Summit, the Vice President of Uganda, that is retired Major Jessica Alupo, and the Vice President of Cuba, on behalf of their countries, signed a bilateral agreement on trade and cooperation between Uganda and Cuba. And the Vice President reaffirmed Uganda's position on deepening cooperation with other countries. So that, as a country, I believe it is actually a good step in the right direction, because now, as far as trade is concerned, we can rest assured that we are going to go way beyond. Ugandans now will be in position to sell the products made by Ugandans to other countries so that they get to know what we stand for. And if you ask me, that's a good development.
Well, indeed, and deepening cooperation is something that we should deeply look into, because it's the theme of this year's NAM Summit, deepening cooperation for shared global affluence, if you're to think of it. And also for the G77 plus China Summit, you will realize that the theme is leaving no one behind. So when you add or put together all these themes, you realize that you're supposed to be sailing on the same boat so as to benefit from the same situation. And of course, we are here to make sure that we shall be giving you the details of the same, that is matters to do with whatever is happening at Speak Resort Munyonyo, the Entebbe International Airport, as you are watching UBC. But first, let's get into our local news this morning to check out what we did gather for you from the Ugandan society.
Well, we're going to begin with the arrival of the delegates for the NAM Summit that was happening yesterday at Entebbe International Airport. Now, different heads of states from non-aligned movement countries arrived and began jetting into Uganda to attend the 19th NAM and G77 Plus Summit that are taking place at Speak Resort Munyonyo. One of the presidents who was already in the country by press time was South Sudan's President Salva Kiir, who was received by the State Minister for Foreign Affairs, John Mulimba. The President of the Republic of Djibouti, His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, also arrived and was received by Uganda's State Minister in charge of Defense, Jacob Oboth. His Excellency Sheikh Hassan Mohammed, the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, also jetted into the country. He was received by the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Vincent Bamulanga Sempija. The Vice President of Cuba, His Excellency Salvador Valdes Mesa, also jetted in the country, and the Prime Minister of Tanzania, His Excellency Kassim Majaliwa. The President of Equatorial Guinea was received by the State Minister for Foreign Affairs, Okello Oryem. The second Vice President of Namibia, Dr. Nagolo Muwamba, also arrived in the country and was received by the State Minister for Kampala, Kabuye Chofatogabye. The President of the New Caledonian, Louis Mapua, was received by Judith Nabakoba, the Minister for Lands. Her Excellency Mrs. Zelika Zekjacovanik Judith, the President of Bosnia and Herzegovina, was also received by Minister of Lands Judith Nabakova. The Speaker of the Council of Oman, Abdul Aziz bin Fahad Said, was received by Minister David Bahati. Those are some of the presidents that were received as of yesterday.
Now, as we move on, Uganda and Cuba signed a memorandum of understanding on trade and cooperation. The Memorandum of Understanding signed on the sidelines of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit by the Vice President, retired Major Jessica Alupo, and His Excellency Salvador Antonio Valdez, the first Vice President of Cuba, seeks to boost the two sisterly countries' political and economic cooperation. The Vice President, Jessica Alupo, reaffirmed government's commitment to strengthen bilateral and multilateral cooperation in order to match the existing political cooperation. And also in other news, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, has arrived yesterday and touched down at Entebbe International Airport at 2:30 p.m. aboard the South African presidential jet. Ramaphosa is the fifth and current president of South Africa since 2018. He is a former anti-apartheid activist, trade union leader, and a businessman. Ramaphosa is also the president of the African National Congress. President Ramaphosa rose to national prominence as Secretary General of South Africa's biggest and most powerful trade union, the National Union of Mine Workers. In 1991, he was elected ANC Secretary General under ANC President Nelson Mandela and became the ANC's chief negotiator during the negotiations that ended apartheid. He was elected chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly after the country's first fully democratic elections in 1994, and some observers believe that he was Mandela's preferred successor. However, Ramaphosa resigned from politics in 1996 and became well known as a businessman, including owner of McDonald's South Africa, chair of the board for MTN, member of the board for Lonmin, and founder of the Shanduka Group. Well, that's it for the local news as of this morning.
And well, that's all we gathered for you from the local scene, and it's now time for us to check out and see what is happening across the borders of Uganda, because we also have plenty of news for you to check out from the global scene. And Chantal Oliver Kanenda has more of the details.
Well, checking what is happening across different parts of the world, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he has told the United States that he opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state once the conflict in Gaza comes to an end. In a news conference, a defiant Mr. Netanyahu vowed to press on with the offensive in Gaza until complete victory, the destruction of Hamas, and return of the remaining Israeli hostages, adding that it could take many more months. While with almost 25,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and 85% of the Strip's population displaced, Israel is under intense pressure to rein in its offensive and engage in meaningful talks over a sustainable end to the war. Israel's allies, including the US and many of its foes, have urged the revival of the long-dormant two-state solution, in which a future Palestinian state would sit side by side with an Israeli one. The hope in many circles is that the current crisis could force the warring parties back to diplomacy as the only viable alternative to endless cycles of violence. But from Mr. Netanyahu's comments, his intention appears quite the opposite. Moving on, the United Nations Refugee Agency has said a remote British territory in the Indian Ocean, which hosts a secretive UK-US military base, is not a suitable location for migrants to be held long-term after being granted rare access. Dozens of Sri Lankan Tamils have been stranded for more than 2 years in a makeshift camp on the Diego Garcia. It is the first time asylum claims have been filed in the territory. The UK government said it was looking for a long-term solution. The well-being and safety of migrants is the top priority of the British Indian Ocean Territory Administration, a spokesperson added. British Indian Ocean Territory is the island's official name. The UNHCR representatives visited Diego Garcia towards the end of 2023 in a trip facilitated by UK authorities. It was the first time they had been given access to the island since the migrants' arrival more than 2 years ago. The UN agency said it was following up with officials about what it had found. Also, coming back to Africa, a Kenyan court has charged cult leader Paul Mackenzie with terrorism-related crimes over the deaths of 429 of his followers. The self-proclaimed pastor was charged along with 94 others on Thursday over the deaths of followers whose bodies have been exhumed from the Shakahola forest near the Indian Ocean. Mackenzie was arrested last April after the bodies began being discovered. The charges announced during an appearance before a court in the southeastern city of Mombasa are the first to be brought against him. Mackenzie and his co-defendants denied the charges during their appearance before the judge, Joe Amido. They are due back in court on February 8th for a bond hearing. Authorities allege that Mackenzie, the head of the Good News International Church, incited his acolytes in southeastern Kenya to starve themselves and their children to death so they could go to heaven before the world ended. The bodies of the victims were uncovered over months of exhumations across the tens of thousands of acres of forest. Now, speaking matters climate, in the face of rising global temperatures, experts are highlighting the role of agriculture in climate action while ensuring global food security. This comes as 2023 was confirmed to be the warmest year on record. Kaveza Hedi, director of the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, believes this calls for concern. We mustn't become numb to these records after records toppling because they have implications in terms of increased frequency of extreme weather events, implications in terms of more forest fires, in terms of droughts, floods, etc. And all these are impacting people, especially those on the front lines like the agricultural community. So these records matter, he says. While agri-food systems contribute to about 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, some experts, including Zahedi, believe they also have a huge potential for positive climate action. That is it for climate news and what is happening across different parts of the world.
Well, of course, away from that, now let's have our focus onto what is making headlines from the world of the press review, of which we start with the New Vision to see what is making headlines at the front page of it. And of course, starting off with the New Vision, you get to see that Igad condemns the Sudan conflict as President Museveni says ideological bankruptcy responsible for the African wars. Now, Cecilia Ogwal, 1946 to 2024. Read about the deceased, the famous courts of the Iron Lady. Members of Parliament eulogized departed legislator as joining politics, her last words. Read about that still with the New Vision today. Then furthermore, you can also read about the government hosting the Igad summit, the pictorial of President Museveni with the Igad head of state. And then scandal, bride swindles millions from groom. The G77 summit opens, emphasizes debt. Then the NAM summit, more world leaders arrive. As also in the other news, police officer pins Minister Nandutu. More of that is in today's New Vision. Now, moving forward, the Daily Monitor, still today's press review, why IGG raided Government Investment Authority. That is within the Daily Monitor this morning. Then read about the Cecilia Ogwal tribute, the Lioness of Lango goes to rest. Then also in the Scoop magazine, Ebuka Obi Uchedu, the style inspiration you need from the Nigerian. Then in the other news, police police foil opposition protests on bad roads. That is in the Daily Monitor. Then also there are plans to eject 120 billion into Uganda Airlines. That has actually sparked the range. That is with the Daily Monitor today. Now let's cross the borders to Kenya with the Daily Nation to see what is also being highlighted there. Now the bigger headline on the Daily Nation is showing IMF's bitter pill for the debtors, or for the taxpayers rather. That is another interesting report that you can read with the Daily Nation. Then outrage as Supreme Court blacklists top lawyer over attacks. Then Court of Appeal is set to rule on rollout of new health plan today. Counties set to wait a bit longer for 272 billion transfer of resources, which will take time. That is according to the Permanent Secretary. Now in education, release full free learning cash, secondary principals have demanded. Then also there is a report on why Ruto Raila feuds threatens the Bomas report. That is according to what the Daily Nation is highlighting this morning. But well, besides that, now we cross the borders to Tanzania with the Citizen newspaper. And the Citizen newspaper is highlighting the PCCB speaking out on the SAP $222 million fine. Then there's also a report on why Tanzania is to have the lowest inflation within the East African region. Then the Citizen newspaper further highlights sugar crisis to ease in the next few days. That is still on the front page of the Citizen in Tanzania. Then furthermore, the Ethiopia ex-prime minister offers to revive Arusha flower farms. How is that going to be possible? Read about it in today's Citizen. Then also in the other news, The Beat, Journey in Art. Read about Mizi, who is from wall sketches to 40 paintings in Tanzania. An interesting and inspirational story. Now in sport, the African Cup of Nations advice for stars after the poor start to this particular one. The stars in question are the Taifa Stars of Tanzania in that particular one. Well, of course, now that brings us to the end of our local news and of course the international news, plus what we've gathered for you from the press review this morning. But besides that, our inspirational song of the day is Good Memories from Cochrane Cole. More of that this morning.
Live from UPC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
We're gonna have some good times with good friends, making good memories. Little bit of sunshine and good vibes, yeah, that's
Movement Summit, the 19th summit of its kind, which was hosted, or which is being hosted in Uganda. But to tell you more about what is coming up for you this particular Friday morning and the weekend, we do have lots of activities that we'll be discussing and lots of situations that we will be bringing you to. And besides that, also just to remind you that yesterday there was the Igad meeting, one of the very many of the other meetings that are being held in Kampala. Here on the show, we shall be discussing more about the same with the people I do work with, or with the team that I am with this morning. But besides that, also looking at the fact that the G77 plus China summit also kicked off. How about that? Leaving no one behind is the theme for that one. Last year it was in Cuba. This year it is being hosted in Uganda. Now that is also another opportunity for Uganda to capitalize from the opportunities that these summits do bring to us. Well, NAM Summit 2024 is already taking day number 5, and of course we are here to make sure that we give you all the details that will be coming in from there. And on day number 5 we expect the meeting, or the opening of the meeting for the 19th summit of the heads of state, because the first 2 days were senior officials meetings, then the other second 2 days, that is day 3 and day 4, were the ministerial meetings. Now we are in for the heads of state meetings, and of course we do have different heads of state who are in the country already. The arrivals were in there yesterday, and of course we'll be giving you further details of how the day is definitely going to be running. Well, of course, good morning, and this is UBC. I'm Joram Paul Sonko. Welcome along. And now it's time for me to check out my teammates on this particular side of the broadcast. I do have a team of 3, and totaling up to the fantastic 4 that normally ushers you into your morning situations here on your national broadcaster. Kicking it off this time round with the seasoned Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. I wouldn't go to the ladies this time round. I will go to the ladies last. Chirabo, good morning, and how are you feeling? Day 5, we're heading to the climax of the NAM summit as of now.
Well, I'm actually very, very fine, because all seems to be moving according to program. For example, yesterday I must say it was a very successful meeting of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development in Eastern Africa, that is the Igad, which was held. Even now we know what transpired there, the document, and of course it handled very, very properly issues regarding that is Somalia, Ethiopia and South Sudan. And this means so much to Uganda, because when you look at the Igad, it happens to be the largest intergovernmental organization of developing countries in the United Nations, and provides for this platform for them to negotiate jointly and open up their views. So if you've had NAM successful, you've had Igad, another big meeting, successful. The G7 kicked off plus China yesterday, and according to things, all seem successful. Now I'm looking at global positioning of Uganda, and why not celebrate? Why not have the joy in me? And of course, I can't forget to smile, as you are told.
And well, of course, he's keeping the smile on because we do have quite a number of delegates in the country, total of 12 presidents as of now. The rest, we also have prime ministers and vice presidents that are already in the country, representing on behalf of their countries as presidents. We do have the president of Ghana, we have the president of South Africa, the Central African Republic, Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, Djibouti, Somalia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka and Equatorial Guinea. Those are fully represented by their heads of state, and their arrivals as of yesterday were live here on your national broadcaster. And then from Libya, we do have the president of the Libyan Presidential Council, and Mali's prime minister is in the country as well. Algeria also was represented by its prime minister. Turkey, the vice president. Nepal, prime minister. Bahamas, the prime minister is here, and China as the vice president. Vietnam, the vice president, and then also looking at Bosnia and his governor, the member of the presidency, is in the country. Sudan, command of the paramilitary, is also in the country. Tanzania's prime minister, Rwanda's prime minister, Cuba's vice president, and then South Africa's president, making it a total of 13 presidents that are in the country for the NAM summit and the G77 summits. And of course, we shall be giving you more updates on who will be making his way into the country as the day goes by, or as the weekend goes by. But now, let me get to Chantal Oliver Kandinda this morning to check how she's doing for this Friday situation. Good morning, Chantal.
Good morning, Sonko. I am doing very well, and I'm hoping you are fine as well.
Well, I'm doing well, and I'm doing so fantastic. I do love the outfit that you're wearing. Just recently, the trend has been chisati kind of thing for the vintage wear, and I would say chisati dress masavu made. Good morning. How are you feeling for day 5 of the
Well, I'm very, very excited. That is one, because you know, the more we progress, the more I got to realize that much as at some point we had a few things here and there, we are doing pretty well for ourselves as Uganda, being able to host all these delegates all these events almost at the same time, and we remain organized and at peace, and that is kudos to each and every single individual that has made sure all these events run smoothly. So, and of course to the Ugandans as well, you are doing really well. When you get to a place where there is traffic, you're not going to see people misbehave like they usually do. When the motorcade is going to be passing, communication seems to be moving quite smoothly, and I'm so glad that we have proven ourselves as Uganda, a developing country, that we are more organized than even the world or even ourselves get to think. So I'm very excited for us.
We're more organized than we even think. Chantal, you're always firing shots, I should say. On the first 4 days of the NAM summit, looking back at the top highlights from our observation point of view and what you might have missed, but also keeping you up to speed with what the other events that have been happening on the sidelines of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit of 2024, which is the 19th of its nature. We are, of course, happy to be the national broadcaster or the exclusive broadcaster of the same Non-Aligned Movement Summit, and I want to believe you've been able to catch up with the details coming in. With our centers of focus at the Kampala Serena Hotel for the first 3 days in relation to the Non-Aligned Movement, where there was the East African Business Forum or the East African Trade and Investment Forum. But not only that, there was also the NAM Women in Agribusiness Summit that was in Chigo. Then also, not to forget, on Wednesday night, the NAM Cultural Gala Dinner, which also had more to do with promoting culture and the rest. But as the national broadcaster, we are making sure that you keep up to speed with the same. The conversation this morning is pretty much keeping you updated and keeping you up to speed with what has been happening throughout the entire week of the Non-Aligned Movement, and also looking at the side events that have been taking place amidst this particular huge meeting that the government has been able to host. And we could definitely say it is going on so far so good, and the success point is something that we can definitely look back and say, yes, indeed, Uganda is definitely doing something for us as a country. But well, and it being the discussion of this morning, I do have the two ladies with me, Chantal Olive Akandinda and Olive Monica Najuma, as we look at the theme of the NAM Summit this year of deepening cooperation for shared global affluence. I will definitely get into what we do have. But before that, just to remind you of the presidents that are already in the country. From Ghana, we do have the president from South Africa, that is His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the Ghanaian president, that is His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, who is also in here. We have the Central African Republic president. We do have the president from Burundi. The Kenyan president is also here, His Excellency William Ruto. South Sudan, we do have him as well, His Excellency Salva Kiir. We do have the president of Djibouti. We do have the president of Somalia. We do have the president of Botswana. We do have the president of Zimbabwe, who also arrived, and His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa. And then we also have the president from Sri Lanka, Equatorial Guinea, and also the president from yes, the president from South Africa. Looking further, also we do have the president of Libya, His Excellency Mohamed Yunus Al Menfi, and he was received by Minister Musa Echweru. The president of Botswana, His Excellency Mogwetsi Eric Kebetswe Masisi, he was received by Minister Judith Nabakoba. And the president of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, also in the country, received by Minister Betty Amongi. Then a special representative of China's president and vice premier of the State Council of China, His Excellency Liu Gozong, received by General Katumba Wamala. All are these arrivals within the country. And then also the president of the Central African Republic, His Excellency Faustina Archangel Tuwadera, who was welcomed by Obiga Kania. And then the vice president of Turkey, Kavdet, welcomed by the third deputy prime minister, Rukia Isanga Nakadama. And we also have the prime minister of Swaziland in the country. And of course, we do expect more of the other heads of state that will be making their way, and we shall be keeping you updated with who has represented which country, and then also to keep you up to speed with which president is in the land, whether a prime minister, whether a vice president, also the countries they are representing. So keep your eyes on UBC TV, because we do have our focus also at the Entebbe International Airport. Now, moving further, as we are into day 5 of the non-aligned movement, it is time for us to look deeper into, first of all, understanding what really happened in the first 4 days of the NAM summit, of which I'll start with Olive Monica. Good morning once again.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Well, I'm okay. And like I normally say, on Tuesdays, Chantal reminded me that I said the week is going to be fantastic. I said this year is going to be fantastic. So I feel I'm energetic and well in for a fantastic weekend as well.
All right. And we are still smiling as the non-aligned movement summit is taking shape. Today is day 5, and a lot has already been achieved. And among these, first of all, Uganda took over chairmanship of the summit from Azerbaijan. So as we speak, Uganda will be leading the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years before the next country, that is Pakistan, takes over. And the Kampala declaration is already underway. We have gotten hints of it as we spoke to Ambassador Adonia Ayebare yesterday, and he said that among the key points he mentioned was that the delegates have in unison decided to have to have one voice when it comes to issues affecting developing countries, especially Africa, because majority of the member states in the non-aligned movement summit are African countries. And what for me stood out is the fact that in as much as we are the developing countries grappling with many developing issues, we are the underrepresented when it comes to the UN. And yet this is supposed to be an organization that discusses issues that touch our problems. Yes. But then how can they favorably discuss the issues that affect us when we are underrepresented? So I like the fact that our leaders, the delegates, and all of them are leaders from different countries, I like the fact that they agreed to work together, to have one voice, so that the issues that affect us can actually be well represented, that we are given more voice when it comes to the United Nations. Those also in these last 4 days before we came to day 5, in the first days, delegates from Arab countries like Palestine and even Somalia, they also were lobbying other delegates to ensure that they join them, especially for Palestine. It called out for member states to join it and call out the war in Gaza, the conflict in Gaza, to come to an end. And of course, their representative at one point, there is somewhere he said, no one disagrees with the fact that this conflict has to end. And in unison, like Ambassador Ayebare said, he said that they agreed to again have one voice and call Israel to cease fire against Palestine. And if you ask me, wow, this is what the non-aligned movement summit is all about. They are not supposed to they're not supposed to encroach on other countries. Also, they agree to not align with the known superpowers. Yes. Yes. So, and of course, to call upon let's say the Western Bloc or the Eastern Bloc to stand down when it comes to issues of other countries, and also respect the sovereignty of different countries. But also Somalia asked the member countries to also join it to protect its sovereignty, because we have a region that is breaking away from Somalia, that is Somaliland, and Somalia has refused to recognize it as a country. But it is also it also should be noted that early this month, Somalia and Ethiopia signed an agreement where Somaliland signed an agreement with Somalia, giving Ethiopia an access to the sea. And in this way, Ethiopia is actually now recognizing Somaliland as a country. And Somalia says this agreement was wrong. It abused its sovereignty, and so it was calling upon member states to also put Ethiopia on the spot.
On the same issue.
Exactly, that this does not happen. So these are among the few issues that happened in the last few days. We are waiting for the entire Kampala declaration to be given, to be opened, and so that we know what it is all about. I don't know if it will be opened because the back one was not. And I remember the Ambassador Ayebare on day one asking his fellow ministers not to open it because he said that is done and dusted. We don't need to open it.
We are waiting to see the draft of it. But
Yes.
of course, also, as Monica mentioned, something to do with the Somali issue, you get to realize that on the sideline of the NAM summit, as the Igad meeting was taking place, there among us, the Somali issue, there was Somaliland and Somalia plus Ethiopia were among the key issues of discussion on Igad. But along with our as we're moving along with our conversation, we shall as well look deeper into understanding what was discussed at the Igad meeting. But besides that, as we continue to look through day 1, 2, 3, and 4, as I go to Chantal Olive Akandinda, you get to realize that the first 2 days were senior officials meetings, and then day 3 and day 4 was characterized with ministerial meetings. And this is where I will be starting off with Chantal Oliver Kandinda, looking back at day 2 and day 3 from the ministerial perspective. Just briefly take us through what we do know so far from the same, according to what was highlighted by General JJ Odong.
Maybe just getting the final statement made by General JJ Odong, who was elected chair of the ministerial meetings as of Wednesday.
Yes, when they were kicking off.
Yes, as of Wednesday, elected chair of the ministerial meetings. Not so much has been disclosed as well, but the look of things, a number of things seem to be closed for the meetings that have been held since Tuesday. We've not been having intricate details in there, but what we do know so far is that as of yesterday, General JJ Odong invited all the NAM ministerial, everyone on the NAM ministerial meetings to consider the adoption of the draft NAM final document, the draft Kampala declaration, and the draft declaration on Palestine, and lastly, the draft motion of thanks to the people and government of the Republic of Uganda. Now, do note that we don't know what is entailed in these documents, but these were all put together from the meetings that started on Tuesday, all through up to yesterday, and we are now waiting for the Kampala declaration that is going to give us what was discussed and what was literally deliberated upon. Only that we know yesterday is when the Kampala document was adopted. That's what we know. And we are yet to hear, hopefully we get to hear it, because today is the climax, literally, as the different heads of state come in. Today is looked at as the climax, as we're also going to see the handover of power, to the President of the Republic of Uganda. So after that, we will probably get to know what is in these declarations, in these documents. Then we will be in position to tell where we stand as NAM and as a country at large.
Maybe to mention on one of these drafts, there is the draft declaration on Palestine. And within this, it is where the member states of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit agreed to, in unison, speak against the war in Gaza. Some people prefer to call it the conflict in Gaza. So they agreed to have one voice in calling upon Israel and also the countries that are supporting it to cease fire and also look onto the people of Gaza and ensure that this conflict that started in October comes to an end. So that's what we know so far, but the Kampala declaration, we will know more.
And of course we are waiting to see if by the time the declaration ends, or rather by the time the NAM summit ends, we shall know what the Kampala declaration has come out with in regards to its position on such issues, the Palestinian question, and of course also looking at the Somali issue as well. But also not to forget about the idea that there are two committees that were put in place. That is the political committee, and of course looking at the economic and social affairs committee. Which of these committees were actually put in order to discuss quite a number of things which were put in place, where different member states were airing out their issues. But not only that, as the meetings were closed, just like Chantal has mentioned, most of the meetings were closed, and we are yet to find out what will be happening later on along the journey. But well, as we look at day 1, 2, 3, and 4, day 4 saw the arrival of different heads of state, but many were not heading to the Speak Resort Munyonyo for the NAM Summit, but rather heading to the Igad, or let's say heads of state that head the countries that are under Igad, out of which we need to understand what the Igad meeting was all about, and what are some of the resolutions that did happen or that were concluded with while the meeting was being hosted by President Yoweri Museveni at the State House in Entebbe. Over to you, Olive.
Well, as the summit, the Igad meeting happened in Entebbe, of course, as the president was speaking to some of the delegates that represented their countries, he re-emphasized the need for cooperation. I think with all these summits that we have had, the main conversation has been around deepening cooperation among member states. And the president has been very vocal on things like cooperation and, of course, working together. And in the assembly, among the things the president noted, he said that he's deeply concerned by the recent developments regarding the relation between the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the Federal Republic of Somalia. And as earlier mentioned, there is concern that Ethiopia has got into agreement with Somaliland to give it access to the sea. Yet Somalia doesn't recognize Somaliland as a country. But now Ethiopia signing an agreement with Somaliland is more or less Ethiopia saying, yes, for us, we recognize you, we are going to work with you. And this brings about this actually now brings in, for lack of a better word, it is bringing a split
amongst the member states.
Amongst the member states, yes, because they are supposed to work hand in hand. They're supposed to cooperate. But if it's more like, if you know how we had Uganda and some regions after colonization were given, when boundaries were being demarcated, yes, you find that some areas, let's say in eastern Uganda, were given to Kenya. These
and then
people
those of western Uganda, some went to DR Congo.
Exactly. These people speak the same language, have the same backgrounds. You know, when you start about migration,
yes,
they came from the same region, but now because of the boundaries that were created, they are on different sides of different countries. So it's like Kenya waking up and saying that Malaba is a country. That would not sit well with Uganda. Because we know that, let's say Tororo is in Uganda. So you cannot wake up and say, we recognize Tororo as a separate country. So that is what is happening with the Somaliland and Somalia. So another country, a neighboring country coming in and recognizing this nation and starting signing bilateral agreements with this country, it doesn't sit well. So the president was very concerned about that, but also he reaffirmed the cardinal principles of respect for the sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Somalia. And he said that any agreement should uphold the above cardinal principle, and any agreement or arrangement should be with the consent of the Federal Republic of Somalia. So in simple terms, the president of Uganda, while addressing the Igad member states, he said that in one way, basically, or another, he was mentioning that as Uganda, we recognize the sovereignty of Somalia, and we do not recognize
Somaliland
as a nation. But also the president was concerned by the continued fighting in the Republic of Sudan. We know that there has been a war for a great period of time now. And of course he mentioned that now this is affecting security in that region. And of course it is creating a humanitarian problem, because you know war is going to destabilize people. And last year we were hearing stories of people that had been destabilized. Some of them were trying to move as far as Egypt to get away from the war. And of course many lives have been lost because of that conflict. And lately, whenever war has broke out in neighboring countries, the president has kept saying, he has re-echoed the message that we need to get away from guerrilla wars. We need to get away from conflicts where we need to get the gun and solve conflicts. He's very big on conversation. He always says we can come to a round table and sort out our issues. I'll give you an example. When we had the issue with Rwanda, when our border was closed for 2 years,
close to even 3 years. As we are approaching, we're approaching the third year.
When it happened at the beginning, I don't know about you, but I thought it was not even gonna last months.
Same thing. I thought it's just a one-week kind of thing.
Yes, but what I wanted to highlight was the fact that in as much as this happened, Uganda and Rwanda were able to resolve this issue without anyone going to war.
True.
Without anyone resorting to conflict.
It goes back to the diplomatic conversation, you say, the dialogue.
Exactly. So he's been big on dialogue, and he says this is what we need to do. And honestly, we know, and he's speaking from experience. He's been there. He knows that where there is no dialogue, if you resort to conflict, you're going to affect your people. Now, how are you going to make your people happy if they're the same people dying or losing loved ones? Okay, so he said, he emphasized that there is need for dialogue. He said that the people of Sudan need to have their peace back. So he called for immediate and unconditional ceasefire, as well as cessation of hostilities to end what he called the unjust war. But also he underscored the primary responsibility of Igad member states, and he said that this is to ensure the will of the people of Sudan, and that peace prevails. So he recalled the commitment of the parties, and he said the conflict he said that they need to have a face-to-face meeting within 14 days and called upon the parties to meet within 2 weeks. So we will wait and see how this is going to go, and whether or not it will actually bring on the ceasefire that is much needed in Sudan.
And well, of course, since the member states of the Igad were taking part of the NAM summit, you get to realize that is why we were able to as well have Igad on the sidelines of the NAM summit. But besides that, Igad was hosted at the State House in Entebbe by President Museveni, and of course 8 member states that fall under Igad. And Igad is actually a regional bloc having countries around the Horn of Africa and Eastern Africa. That is why you get to realize you could see the president of Kenya, president of Uganda. You could definitely also see the president of South Sudan, Somalia, and of course representatives coming in there to come to a general understanding, mentioning countries Djibouti, Eritrea, Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya and Uganda were all being represented in the same discipline of the discussions that were undertaken there at the Igad. But also, besides Igad, we were into the same situation of day 4 of the non-aligned movement, and at the same time, the opening of the G77 plus China summit was ahead of time, and we were here to make sure that we keep up to speed with the same. Now, just to briefly take you through what this particular one means, because as we mentioned at the start of the week, that once the NAM summit is done, Uganda will as well take on the G77 plus China summits. But before we get into the situation of that, let's first get briefly into the day 5 program of the day. What activities are likely to be live on air this Friday, and also what you should look out for. Looking at it from 8:30 to 9:15 a.m., we expect the arrival of heads of state and government plus head of delegations. And the holding room for that particular one will be the Speak Ballroom and VIP lounge for spouses. That is the official group photograph that will as well be summing up the entire arrival of the heads of state and government, as well as the heads of delegations that will be taking part in this one. Now from 9:20 to 12:30 p.m., that is noon time, we shall be having the opening ceremony of the 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Non-Aligned Movement. The venue of that will be the main hall of the Rwenzori Convention Center. Then we shall have the address by His Excellency Heida Ogul Aliyev, who is the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the current chair of the Non-Aligned Movement. Then we shall as well be having a minute of silence in memory of leaders of the Non-Aligned Movement who passed away since the Baku Summit. Remember, after the Baku Summit, there was the COVID-19 that actually took over for a period of 2 years. And such a time, there were lots of people who lost their life in the same time or the same period. Then we shall as well be having the report from His Excellency Aliyev, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, on the activities of NAM from 2019 to 2024, when Azerbaijan was holding the chairmanship before handing it over to Uganda. We shall as well be having election by acclamation of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is the President of the Republic of Uganda, as chair of the 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the NAM. Then official transfer of the chair of the Non-Aligned Movement from Azerbaijan to Uganda will as well be undertaken today. Remember, as President Museveni will be assuming the presidency of or taking over the chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State. Just to remind you, General J.J. Odong took over the chairmanship for the ministerial meeting, the same way Ambassador Andonia Ayebare took over the chairmanship for the senior officials meeting. But we shall as well be having address from the representative of Cuba, that is the Deputy President, Salvador Valdez Mesa. Then we shall have the address from His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who will as well be addressing. And then we shall also have representatives of the regional groups comprising of the movement. And that is something that will be live on your national broadcaster. So we are likely to be bringing you the details of that here on UBC TV. But now, as we talk about the G77 plus China summits, I'll get to Chantal Oliver Kandinda here to just give us a brief so that the viewers do not get do not get disturbed with the differences between NAM and the G77 summits. I'm going to try and see how to differentiate for us. Differentiate. Now the title it goes by is it's the third South Summit of the group of G77 plus China Summit. And if just briefly before that, if I can maybe give you a part of the program that we are looking at, this is going to be the third summit that is going to be happening, and there is going to be a handover ceremony at of the chairmanship of the group of G77 yes. That is from Cuba to Uganda, and that is I think that is what we were talking about, that aside from holding chairmanship for NAM, we're also holding chairmanship for the G77. And then the 39th meeting of the committee of experts of what we call the Perez Guerrero Trust Fund of the South Corporation. This is different from NAM. This is the South Corporation. Then the 36th annual meeting of the senior officials of the group of G77, and this is going to be happening progressively. Aside from what you're going to see happening is going to be transfer of chairmanship.
that is in January, then the rest of the meetings are going to be happening in September. So we expect, as part of the program, we expect in September, we're going to be seeing the 48th annual meeting of ministers for foreign affairs of the group of 77. And that is going to be taking place. All that is going to be taking place in New York. The only thing happening in Uganda is the 3rd summit, and then the transfer of chairmanship in Uganda. So this year's theme is leaving no one behind, and it looks at bringing new dynamic to the cooperation amongst the 134 member states of the group of 77 in a more competitive world. The summit aims at boosting South-South cooperation, including the areas of trade, investment, sustainable development, climate change, poverty eradication, and digital economy. And we are looking at messages of solidarity being put forward. We're looking at messages of unity. We're looking at complementarity of the South, and speaking with a unified voice to be able to achieve common goals and objectives. So that is what we are seeing happening when it comes to the G77 summit.
Now, to add more to what Chantal has shared, most people, when they hear G77, the assumption is that these are 77 countries. But actually, what G77 means, it is a group of 77. G stands for group of 77. It was established on the 15th of June 1964 by 77 developing countries who were signatories of the joint declaration of the 77 developing declaration issued at the end of the first session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva. But now it is important to note that although the members of the G77 or the original members were 77, this increased to 135 countries. The original name was retained because of its historic significance. So when you hear G77, there are actually 135 countries, but the original name as of when it was created in 1964 was maintained. And it is the largest coalition of developing countries in the United Nations. The group of 77 provides the means for the South to articulate and promote its collective economic interests and enhance its joint negotiating capacity on all major international economic issues in the United Nations system, including South-South cooperation. So what, in simple terms, this means it is a coalition, and it is mainly on economic matters. These 135 countries under the G77 get a chance to articulate or voice out their issues or their interests when it comes to economics in the UN system.
And well, of course, when you look at it also from the perspective of Uganda, it being a room of discussion for developing countries, we fairly fall so well in this basket.
Honestly speaking, if we do not take advantage of all of these summits and forums that we've got, then there will be a problem. But I believe that we are not hosting them by mistake. Indeed.
And it's a vote of serious confidence.
Exactly. And this is the third, by the way. In as much as it was formed in 1964, the first summit took place in 2000. And the second one took place in 2005 in Doha in Qatar. And the third, because there is a geographical rotation that has to take place. So the third is happening in Uganda. That's why we have the third South-South Summit.
And of course,
although they keep doing meetings,
yes,
they've been doing meetings over and over. And
that is why you mentioned that, is it Cuba having chairmanship for this 1 year?
Yes, and also if you realize from yesterday's meeting that was held on the G77 senior officials meeting, it was opened yesterday afternoon, you realize that they were adopting a draft document from a meeting
that
took place
before.
in New York.
Oh.
Yes, so it's not like it was starting afresh. There was an adoption in the senior officials meeting of the document that was of the draft that was put in place. It took about 12 months, that is a year, for consultations to be made and all. And what we are seeing is an adoption and conclusion before chairmanship is transferred to President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
And speaking of chairmanship, it is the highest role in the chapter, but it also rotates on a regional basis. It goes to Africa, Asia, Pacific, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And
well, of course, it being the third South Summit, you'll definitely see that Uganda is actually standing up favorably on the African continent as the first host of the same summit of this nature in Africa, and then which makes it even more of let's say more beneficial to Uganda. You're holding chairmanship for the G77 plus China, and then you're also holding chairmanship for the next 3 years for the non-aligned movement. What a time to be alive, and what a time to be a Ugandan. Of course, the difference here is that even the themes are quite different. The one for the G77 plus China summits is leaving no one behind, which means you are not left behind. Even the Sonko, you know, of UBC is not being left behind in one way or the other. And of course, anyway, as we continue to give you more details, stick around to UBC, because we have the live broadcast of both the summits as they will be ongoing. We shall definitely be giving you details on the Kickstarter of the meetings and discussions for the G77 summits, and then also giving you details of how the conclusion of the NAM summit will be, and then see what will have been undertaken as the Kampala declaration from the final Kampala draft document. As of now, that has been our conversation in today's newsreel. Stick around to UBC as you are watching the national broadcaster. We are inspiring NAM member states, and at the same time inspiring Ugandans. Also, not to forget, we are inspiring Igad member states, and again inspiring member states under the G77 plus China. And of course, that is something that you would definitely look at and say, well, we are here to make sure that you are inspired indeed. Stick around. Good morning.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to, you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Topic of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having a disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, it is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Thank you so much for being a part of Good Morning Uganda. We are here to give you traffic updates as of this minute. I hope you had a beautiful night and that your morning has started on a high note. We are still here as the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation to give you highlights from the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, but also the G77 plus China Summit is starting, and we have many heads of state that jetted into the country yesterday to be a part of this summit. So we will be bringing you more updates from that and more topical discussions with different guests here in the studios of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. We'll be broadcasting to you live about these events, but for now we would like to look into the traffic situation on our roads and see how you can be able to move from your place of abode to your place of work or business. And if you stay along Gayaza Road, that's where we are going to pick it up from and see how you can get to town and different areas within the city. We will also have a look at some of the surrounding areas after Gayaza Road as it gets into town, so that in the event that that's where you're going, you should know where to pass, where maybe a road is closed or where there is a terrible traffic situation. Though I'm happy to announce that as of this minute, as we start these traffic updates, you should know that for the meantime, there is smooth flow of traffic, at least where I'm at on Gayaza Road. As you can see on your screen, those green lines indicate smooth flow of traffic. But let's move ahead and see how the rest of the road looks like. Now, like I shared, Gayaza Road for this minute has a smooth flow of traffic, and I'm seeing surrounding roads also not bringing in much traffic. Masoli Road seems to be empty as of this minute. Now we see a few orange zones along Gayaza Road, and I think, you know, sometimes in these areas there is maybe a pothole or something that is broken that is causing a little bit of a hold up, but continuing ahead we see that there is a smooth flow of traffic in this section of Gayaza Road. Now, as we still continue ahead, for the most part, we realize that there is still smooth flow of traffic along Gayaza Road, but as Namirembe Hillside Road connects to Gayaza Road, there is a bit of a hold up there. But still continuing ahead, we see that there is a smooth flow of traffic here. And as Chisasi Chanja Road also connects to Gayaza Road, there is still smooth flow of traffic on the road. Now let's continue ahead and see if maybe there is an area we need to be concerned about, because for this minute all I see is a smooth flow of traffic even as Waligo Road joins Gayaza Road. Going up ahead still on Gayaza Road, now I'm starting to experience a bit of a hold up, especially where Bwebale Road joins with Gayaza Road. And for those coming in from Bwebale Road, it is not really intense traffic. You will only encounter it as you're about to join the main Gayaza Road. Continuing ahead still along the same road, we see that Kumunana, there is a smooth flow of traffic. So if you're in that area, you should be able to move without any encumbrances. A few orange zones here and there, but for the most part there is a smooth flow of traffic. Now when we reach the area that has Chizanyuro Road as it connects to Gayaza Road, this is where we are now starting to experience a traffic jam. For the first time since we started our updates, we are now seeing red zones along the road, and this indicates that the traffic situation has started. So those on the road, you should know that along Chizanyuro Road where it connects with Gayaza Road, you're going to encounter traffic jam. It is a Y junction, so even Lusanja Chitezi Road is bringing in traffic jam and feeding it into Gayaza Road. So here you might lose a few minutes on the road, maybe 10 or maybe 15, but continuing ahead, I'm glad to announce that Tamak Road actually has smooth flow of traffic, and as you continue ahead after that Y junction that connects you to Chitezi Road, then there is a smooth flow of traffic. Gayaza Road looks quite okay this morning, but let's continue ahead and see how it transitions into the roads that bring you to town. Now looking at Bahai Road, there is a smooth flow of traffic as it also connects to Gayaza Road, and here we see that still the main road is smooth for the most part. So I want us to fast forward and look at other roads. Kawempe Tula Road is feeding traffic jam into Gayaza Road, and for a big stretch on Kawempe Tula Road you will experience a traffic jam on in this area. And as it connects to the main Gayaza Road, for the people coming to Kampala, you will experience some bit of traffic, and those going the side of Gayaza, you also may experience a hold up. And I see that Elisa Road is also feeding some bit of traffic jam into the main Gayaza Road. So people coming in from Erisa Road may be held up for a bit before they join the main Gayaza Road. And after Erisa Road, when you continue ahead, now we experience traffic jam in this area as Mambule Road connects to Gayaza Road, and of course as Gayaza Road also transitions into the roundabout at the bypass. Now we see that there are red zones surrounding the entire bypass. There is a traffic jam coming in through from areas of Waise and of course Gayaza Road. So if this is where you're headed, you should know that you are going to encounter an encumbrance around here, because I see traffic jam all across this area. Around Kaleri Taxi Park you're going to experience a hold up, but When you're driving around a roundabout, it is important to note that if you don't want to be held into traffic, don't use the inner lane, because that is going to make you stuck in that area. So use the outer lane. It may be easier for you to get out of the traffic situation. Now, continuing still with Gayaza Road after the bypass, we now see that there is still traffic jam that is coming through from the bypass area, continuing to the areas of town. But after that, there is smooth flow of traffic. Now, where Gayaza Road connects to that roundabout that brings you from Bombo Road and also connects you to the road that goes to Binaisa Road, we see that now the traffic situation is easing up. There are a few orange zones here, but those go away in record time, because it is just the roundabout situation that is causing this traffic jam. I would like us to follow Binaisa Road and see how it connects to these other roads, and see if you will experience traffic jam in the surrounding areas. I see that Binaisa Road has red zones, and those are indicative of traffic jam. Actually, for the most part, the whole of Binaisa Road is red, especially for people that are coming to town. Those that are going the other side of town, that is Gayaza and surrounding areas, those ones there is smooth flow of traffic. Now, at this roundabout that connects Binaisa Road to Yusufule Road to Chira Road, this is the Mlago roundabout. Here you're going to encounter traffic jam, especially for those that are heading to Chira Road. I see that for a big stretch there is intense traffic jam in this area. And of course, those that are heading to the other sides, like in Kinzi Road, you're also going to experience traffic jam that is coming off from this Mulago roundabout. But for those coming to Yusufule Road, you will encounter a smooth flow of traffic along these areas. So if you're coming to Nile Avenue or Garden City, you should be able to move without any encumbrances, as long as you get through the traffic jam that is at the Mlago roundabout. Well, that's it that we could share for this minute regarding the traffic situation, especially for the people that are coming in from Gayaza Road. I'm glad to announce that you won't lose a lot of time on the road. But like I usually say, when it comes to traffic jam, every minute you lose, especially in the morning, counts. You might get onto the road in a few minutes and you find that the situation has changed. But if you're on the road right now, there is smooth flow of traffic, at least for now. Well, my name is Olive Monica Najama. Thank you so much for keeping with us. We are still broadcasting and bringing you live updates from the Non-Aligned Movement Summit.
Of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having a disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
Well, good morning again and welcome along to our further discussions on the Non-Aligned Movement Summit and also looking at how the week has been. I am Joram Paul Sonko and I'm UBC. Well, if you're to look at how busy Kampala has been, you will definitely see that the side of Munyonyo Gaba Road has actually been one of the busiest areas within the capital. But not only that, from Entebbe Road, the Entebbe Expressway, and of course as you stretch further from Kajansi to Munyonyo, those areas have also been busy. in regards to the traffic flow as well. We also expect more arrivals coming into the country. Day 5 is here of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit 2024, the 19th summit of its nature. But also, we also have the 3rd South Summit that is looking at leaving no one behind, the G77 plus China summits. The details, as you're definitely seeing on your screen, we have arrivals that are coming in the country. The beauty of it, the Uganda Airlines is also on the screen this morning. So there is a lot to do with leaving no one behind, from Uganda's tourism sector down to Uganda's telecommunications sector, because of the fact that the internet providers are also taking huge chances of capitalizing from the moments of this particular week. Not only that, in the world of investment, trade and business, there is a lot to desire from the fact that the private sector also put up the East African Business Forum on the first 3 days of the NAM Summit. That was on the sidelines of it. Our conversations today and at this particular moment in time are deeply looking at all the events that have been happening behind you, the viewer out there. But to bring you up to speed with the same is the reason as to why we, the national broadcaster, are here, so that you do not miss anything in regards to day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and even day 5 that we are officially getting into, because it's normal business of conversations, discussions, as well as the meetings. And of course, today, the beauty of it is we are likely to be giving you everything live here on UBC. The previous days have been having also closed door meetings, so that's why we could not bring to you all of the details, but we were bringing you the analysis of the same. And joining me this morning is the Commissioner Moses Watasa from the Ministry of ICT, as we get deeper into understanding what has been happening throughout the entire week. A very good morning, Commissioner, and it's good to have you again.
A very good morning, Uganda, and I'm very happy to be back here at UBC, our national broadcaster, which inspires the country, I really want to believe, and it has been a good week for Uganda, and it's still a good week, and we have another good week ahead. So this is good times for Uganda. We need to be proud of the power of Africa. I think we need to thank the public for being good, joining government to make sure that our guests are comfortable. We've seen a lot of smiling faces, so all is well. To our visitors, please continue feeling at home. Uganda is one of the safest countries on planet Earth, but also one of the most beautiful countries on Earth. British colonial administrator described Uganda as the pearl of Africa. For those our visitors who have moved around, I'm sure you do accept that Uganda is the pearl of Africa. Fine weather, averaging 24 to 30 degrees throughout the year. There is arguably no country like Uganda. Good leadership. Our president has ensured that the country is stable. It's one of the most stable countries, like we said last time. We are also actually exporting peace in this region and beyond. So our visitors feel at home, and let's continue with the business that we've been doing. It's been a good week. The NAM is drawing towards an end. Today we expect a handover speech from His Excellency Igad, His Excellency the President of Azerbaijan, to hand over to our President, His Excellency President Museveni. And I think as we talk now, the heads of state are assembling, others are arriving. I saw last night they were flying in late into the night.
Yes.
So today brings us to a climax of a lot of things that have been happening. Good things for Uganda, but also good things for the world, because the NAM has got 120 countries from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America, a few countries from Europe.
Yes.
So we are together to press for an agenda that ensures that we have a better world, a world that works for everyone, a world that is about inclusion, a world that presses to ensure that global affluence is evenly distributed around the world, but that wealth also impacts lives of ordinary people. That's why here in Uganda, our government puts a lot of efforts now in programs that ensure that we impact and improve incomes at household level, but also at community level. So for our people outside there, I think you don't think this is just these are just conferences, but what is happening is that we are consolidating our commitments to making sure that your quality of life improves all across the board. This is also about inclusion, and that is why the government of Uganda emphasizes what we call affirmative action. We want the youth to benefit from global affluence, as in how it applies to Uganda. We want women, we want minorities, we want elderly people, we want people with disabilities. So this is about really leaving no one behind. So we are harnessing opportunities from the NAM, which is drawing to a close.
Yes.
But we have a lot of programs in Uganda that tie in with this. Because as people may know, Uganda is part of a state party to UN Agenda 2030. And Uganda ratified or signed the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. Thereafter, we have a coordinating desk in the Office of the Prime Minister, which ensures that our commitments to the global agenda are mainstreamed into Uganda's National Development Plan. We now have the NDP3, which is going to end next year, in June next year in 2025. Thereafter, we start the NDP4, which we are already working on with the National Planning Authority. So what we're asking ourselves is that how far have we come with commitments like this? What is remaining, and what do we need to transfer into the NDP4?
Well,
so the commitment is there. We have a blessing from His Excellency the President, the country, the leader of the country. And if you have blessing from the top, things can only work and get better.
Okay, and we also have an arrival, as you can see on the screen. We shall be giving you details of who it is and under which capacity is that VIP delegate who has arrived at the Entebbe International Airport. We continue to remind you that we shall be receiving more, or we are expecting more arrivals in the country. As we look at some of the presidents that did arrive late in the evening yesterday, you get to see President Emerson Gwagwa of Zimbabwe, who was received by the Chief Whip, Hamson Obua. And what we do know so far now is the Prime Minister of Morocco, who is in the country, who has been received this morning. And others who are in the country, or other delegates who are in the country, the President of Libya, His Excellency Mohamed Yunus Al-Menefi, and then also President of Botswana, His Excellency Mokogwetsi Eric. And then we have the President of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. And we also have a special representative of China's president and the Vice Premier of the State of Council, His Excellency Liu Gaozong, who also was received yesterday by General Katumba Wamala. President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa was also received yesterday. Then the Vice President of Turkey, who is Kavdet, who was also received yesterday. President William Ruto of Kenya was also received yesterday. And what we do have is the Prime Minister of Morocco, that is Aziz Akonauch, who has just been received this morning. And of course, he's in the country, and he was appointed as the 16th Prime Minister of Morocco by King Mohammed VI of Morocco. So you get to realize that Aziz Akonauch is also in the country, and he will be heading to speak Resort Munyonyo as the kickoff to what would be the presidential or heads of state and government heads meeting will be kicking off within an hour's time from now. Because what we do know so far from the information coming is that the arrivals at the Speak Resort Munyonyo are ongoing, and then besides that, we also expect a photograph for that before the meeting does kick off on day 5 at Speak Resort Munyonyo. And of course, the Prime Minister of Morocco has been received by Hajat Mensa Kabanda in there. The Minister of Kampala has been able to receive the Prime Minister. Let's get back to Commissioner Watasa this morning. Commissioner, looking back at the first 4 days of the summit, what would be your highlights and things that you've actually picked out and your observations from the same?
Okay, first of all, as we do this, even as government, as we do this, we learn. One of the things that has also stood out for me is that actually when we work together as government, we can deliver seamlessly. And on this note, I want to again in a special way thank our head of the National Organizing Committee, our head of public service, Madam Lucena Chove. We've been working ministries, foreign affairs, agencies. You know, there's been a lot of work, things to do with the infrastructure, protocols. As you can see there, people receiving visitors. Everything is working well, and as a learning government, this is an area we are going to strengthen. The concept we call the whole of the government approach for better functioning. So it has been good, and these synergies mean that the government can actually deliver so seamlessly. So ourselves, as we know, UBC are part of the ICT Media and Publicity Subcommittee. We've accredited seamlessly local and foreign media, and the coverage has been good. Thanks to UBC, I'm getting reports from all around the country. So people are about this, and the UBC have done this with a lot of professionalism. Then we have the foreign media, but we also, under ICT, we had to put fiber. Entebbe is now connected. The moment you land or reach the airport, you are connected on the internet.
Many actually who have been accessing it highly speaking of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So and these are facilities going to remain even after these events. But the other thing is that for our foreign guests, we have also availed them with the SIM cards. So they can stay in touch from wherever they are coming from, but they can also stay in touch when they are here. We have put fiber, like I said, at the airport, internet fiber through our agency, National Information Technology Authority. We put fiber in Munyonyo, the new buildings. But you also know that we have these hotspots around Entebbe, what we call the Greater Kampala. So in other words, one of the things we've learned is that when we work together very closely, we deliver better. And I think this is the thinking behind the government's shift from what we used to call the sector approach to service delivery to now what we call programs. Programs meaning programs bring all of us together. So we cut out duplications, we improve leverage synergies, and improve efficiency and effectiveness. It has come out so well as we've organized and are currently running the NAM and gearing up to start the G77 plus China as well. Among the other things that have stuck out, of course, we are targeting closing deals of a minimum of $1 billion. Already a lot of good things have happened. We have some MOUs signed. We are still negotiating, as you know. There have been a lot of business fora, networking and exhibitions.
Yes.
I'm still compiling statistics from Uganda Investment Authority. But this is also enabled by the fact that you can now apply for an investment license using your phone, because we've automated, like we said last time, you don't need to line up. You can get a license within 48 hours now, an investment license. You can, scan these investment and business parks. All this information is available at the click of a button. We've talked to our guests and prospective investors, the areas of investment like ICT, services, commercial agriculture, and manufacturing.
Okay.
So a lot has come out, firm commitments, but also negotiations continue to ensure that we hopefully log in at $1 billion by the end of the NAM, but also the G77. So all of this means we are going to create more jobs. We are going to further grow our economy, which is now at $50 billion already.
Yes. Like
we said last time, by the end of this financial year, that is in June this year, this economy is projected at $55 billion. So you can see NAM and G77 are going to be a shot in the arm, a boost
for Uganda's economy.
Grow Uganda's economy. That comes with jobs, that comes with the markets for raw materials, because these industries that are going to be built here require labor. They require raw materials, which you have in plenty in Uganda. They require minerals, they require maybe milk, they require beef, depending on which sectors these people are going to invest. So this is what we call a multiplier effect in economics, or the trickle-down effect, meaning that as we do this, there is actually something for everyone. We've seen the low-hanging fruits, these visitors buying, like we said, here at the National Theatre. I saw them buying a lot of African shirts, T-shirts,
the crafts,
the crafts, the necklaces,
and the money is coming back into the economy.
Yeah, the money is already flowing into the economy. There are those who have been around, doing excursion trips around the greater Kampala. We know that some of them are going to explore Uganda further. So the other objective of positioning and leveraging Uganda as a choice tourism destination has also received a big boost. I saw yesterday our outgoing representative for UNDP. She read a beautiful poem about Uganda and its beauty, talking about the uniqueness of each depot, the greatness of Queen Elizabeth, Makshoni Falls. Uganda has some animals you can only find in Uganda, all over the world. You can only find them here. We have more than 1,000 bird species, including birds one can only find in Uganda. You can't find a country like Uganda on planet Earth. Right. So we are leveraging these fora to amplify the message about Uganda. But even tourism itself offers a lot of opportunity for investment, like transport, investing in infrastructure like lodges as well. So it's both an attraction which brings in money, because it's one of our highest income foreign exchange earners, I think, now at
especially as we are setting Uganda to be a destination for mice.
Absolutely. Meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions.
Yes.
So now Uganda is actually the place to be. So compatriots watching us now, this is our country that we should be proud about, because as you are saying, we have, I mean, we've not probably had a week like this in Uganda before. You have the NAM, it's ending. You have the G77, it's starting, and you have the Igad, which started and ended, and all this is happening in Uganda within a space of a fortnight. And so this is a country we should, these things are not coming accidentally.
Yes.
Because there are things we are doing right.
On the screen you can easily see the Prime Minister of Morocco, whose motorcade is just a minute away from leaving or setting off from the Entebbe International Airport VIP wing. And of course, the chances are he will be heading to Speak Resort Munyonyo, and of course to meet up with the other heads of state who will be in there for the opening of the 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Non-Aligned Movement. And that is for the starter of program for day 5. But currently with the Commissioner, he's highlighting for us, you know, the benefits we are going to gain from the first days of the non-aligned movement. And of course, these are ongoing, and they're definitely going to be for a long time, if you're to put it in that way. And now the motorhead has actually set off from the Entebbe International Airport. That particular one has the Prime Minister of Morocco, Right Honorable Aziz, who is leaving, and he has just arrived at Entebbe International Airport, being received by Hajat Minsa Kabanda on behalf of the government of Uganda. Our background here in studio is having well encrypted message of leaving no one behind for the 3rd South Summit. But let me get back to the Commissioner. You've been mentioning about how NAM and how prepared we've been. I want us to look at the diplomatic part of it in the essence of the vote of confidence. It is something we did talk about earlier in relation to what this is actually, you know, meaning to Uganda. The mere fact that now we have the entire global attention in regards to these meetings that we've been able to execute, or that we are still executing this entire week. Let's look at it from that angle. The vote of confidence that the Ugandan government is gaining from the member states of the non-aligned movement.
Yeah, and like we were saying, this is not by luck. It's a byproduct of I think clear leadership with a clear vision. Because if you notice the 4 pillars that His Excellency the President talks about, he talks about patriotism, he talks about Pan-Africanism, he talks about democracy and socio-economic transformation. That as people, and the other day he was saying all people originated from Africa. That as people of the world, we should be focusing more on what works for all of us than artificial differences, either by race, skin, color, or religion, because that the challenges that face the world face all of us, and therefore that's why he talks about expanding markets, collaboration. The ESC now we have, I think, a market of more than 300 people. But if you look at COMESA, the COMESA, it's more than 600 million people. Then the whole of Africa, we have more than 1.4 billion people. So that is why, and I think that's why you even see the ongoing efforts to resolve like tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia, but also to push and press for peace in Sudan. We've been in Congo. All this means that it's part of that vision that if we are at peace with each other, we can trade with each other. We have things which these other countries don't have. They have things we may not have. So, and it makes me so happy to see those heads of state driving into Uganda. I'm sure they know Uganda is a peaceful country. Security is well managed. Again, thanks to His Excellency and the whole security apparatus that we have in Uganda. Excellent job we've done. Naturally, these people do due diligence before they come to Uganda. They know when you're in Uganda, you are safe. And for those who are watching us, yes, you are perfectly right. Our delegates, you are safe in Uganda. And so for us, this is huge from a diplomatic standpoint, because today, like we've said, His Excellency Haydan Oglu of Azerbaijan is going to hand over, I think within 1 hour from now, he's going to hand over the chairpersonship to our president, His Excellency Museveni, for a period of 3 years. So Uganda is going to chair the NAM, which is a membership of 120 countries from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America, and a few countries from Europe.
Yes.
This cannot be something small.
And it also has organizations, observe organizations and observe countries.
Absolutely. And you see now, these countries constitute more than half of the membership of the United Nations, which means now, as Uganda, we are going to be at the center stage of driving not just a regional agenda, but also global agenda. And that's why you saw, I think yesterday, they were talking about which changes can the UN undergo to make it more inclusive and more responsive to issues that are of interest and concern to developing countries like here in Africa, in Asia, Latin America. Now that Uganda and our president is going to chair the NAM for a period of 3 years, that's quite a time. In planning, we call that between short and medium term. So it means when we talk now, when Uganda talks, the world listens, because our head of state is the chair of the NAM for 120 countries for 3 years. But Uganda is also going to take over, don't forget, the G77 for 1 year.
Yes.
So our voice is big, both here in the region. It has been big, but now it becomes bigger. Well, it means we can press better for markets, even for global peace, for unity, for regional integration, and all the the benefits that come from there. And I think for that we need to credit also our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also our embassy at the United Nations. I know that Ambassador Adonia Evare and the team have been working behind the scene. It has been a beehive activity of work to bring all this to life. Of course, with support from government and the leadership of His Excellency the President.
All right, Commissioner, I want us to look into the matters of Igad, but before that, briefly, just for the Ugandans to look at the final communique of the 42nd Extraordinary Assembly of Igad, Heads of State and Government. This was hosted yesterday by President Museveni at State House in Entebbe. The assembly was chaired by His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, who is the President of the Republic of Djibouti, and he's also the chairperson of the Igad Heads of State and Government, and was attended by, if I'm to take you through, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, who is President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. We did also have His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. Also in attendance were His Excellency Dr. Woken Gebeyehu, the Executive Secretary of Igad, His Excellency Muwasa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Ramten Lamamra, who is the personal envoy of the UN Secretary General for Sudan, His Excellency Engineer Walid M. Al-Kuhuraji, Deputy Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Khalifa Shaheen Al-Marat, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. We also had His Excellency Annette Weber, European Union Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa, His Excellency Ambassador Michael Hammer, the U.S. Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa. We had His Excellency Hossam Zaki, Assistant Secretary General of the League of the Arab States, His Excellency Muhammad Abdi Ware, Igad Deputy Executive Secretary. We also had Ambassador Ismail Wais, PhD, the Igad Special Envoy for South Sudan, and the Igad representative, Mr. Tuktu Inam, and also Mr. Tuktu Inam, the Deputy Director General for East Africa, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. Then Chek Konde, Chief of Staff of the Office of the UN Special Envoy to the Horn of Africa. And then arising from the statements and subsequent deliberations on the situation in the Republic of Sudan and recent developments in the relation between the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the Federal Republic of Somalia. Now, furthermore, the President did congratulate the people and the President of and the other presidents for making it to the 42nd Extraordinary Igad Assembly of Heads of State and Government. And also President Museveni was also congratulated on the efforts to ensure the success of hosting the Non-Aligned Movement 2024, the 19th Summit, and also the 3rd South Summit, that is the G77 plus China Summit, as well as other summits on the sidelines of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit. Now, when you look at the Assembly, there were deep concerns by the recent developments regarding the relation between the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the Federal Republic of Somalia. Then there was reaffirmation of the cardinal principles for respect of sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Somalia, and then any engagement that should uphold the above cardinal principles. Still, under the communique, the member states were called upon to ensure that the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the Federal Republic of Somalia should de-escalate tensions and instead engage in constructive dialogue. Then there was also concern by continued fighting in the Republic of Sudan and the dire security and humanitarian situation occasioned by the war. Then there was further emphasis that the Republic of Sudan does not belong to the parties to the conflict only but the Sudanese people did retaliate their call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Then there was underscored, the meeting also underscored the primary responsibility of Igad members to ensure the will of the people of Sudan prevails. The meeting recalled the commitment of the parties to the conflict for a face-to-face meeting within 14 days and called upon the parties to meet within 2 weeks further. Then the meeting further stressed the Igad member states will utilize all means and capabilities to ensure the conflict in Sudan is resolved in the Republic of Sudan. That was adopted at the 14th ordinary session of Igad Heads of State. And the meeting also called upon Igad, in coordination with the African Union International Committee, to mobilize support, which support was also something that the heads of state did also come to an understanding. They also decided to remain actively seized of these matters. This was happening at State House in Entebbe yesterday as the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, hosted the members of state. Well, let's also get into our conversation in relation to Igad this particular morning, Commissioner. Looking at Igad, the communique is highlighting some of the key issues of concern. And just to break down what was discussed in there, what are the takeout points from the meeting?
Yeah, the Igad is the Intergovernmental Authority on Development.
Yes.
The Igad is founded on the principle of collaboration, okay. but it seeks also to strongly push for peace and security in the region. That is in East Africa, the Great Lakes, and the Horn of Africa. So we have countries like Somalia and also Djibouti as member states for the Igad. And again, like I said, it's not a coincidence or by luck that it is hosted in Uganda. So ours is a country that has grown and continues to grow in stature, regionally, but also globally, like we've seen these other conferences going on. Of course, there's a lot of concerns. We just noted that for business and trade, or even diplomacy to flourish, you need to avoid or diffuse conflict. So the import of this is that the heads came together, our heads of state, for this 42nd extraordinary heads of state session of the Igad, which was hosted again in Uganda. And key on the agenda was tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia, as we know. And the session did recommend that these hostilities be de-escalated, but that a quick peaceful resolution be sought, also bearing in mind the territorial integrity of Somalia, but also Ethiopia itself. So the import is that Igad is for quick resolution of the tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia. Because if they are not resolved, they are going to affect business, collaboration, and even what we are talking about, trade across Africa, East Africa, the Great Lakes region, the Horn of Africa. Because we know, for example, Somalia, the waters of Somalia is where a lot of goods come in from Asia. They come through Somalia, and even goods that come to Uganda through Mombasa, which is one of our major accesses to the sea. You have to move a water vessel across the waters next to Somalia to reach Mombasa. So this is of interest to us, as His Excellency has always recommended. We need to have this resolved quickly, but also peacefully. And I think this was one of the issues that came strongly out of the Igad session of the 42nd session of heads of state. The other issue was the conflict in Sudan.
Yes.
Sudan is our neighbor, because before South Sudan got its independence, Sudan, we were actually sharing a boundary, a border. But even if we have South Sudan between us, Sudan is still our neighbor. And if we are talking about trade here in East Africa, in the Great Lakes region, but also in the region and Igad itself, Sudan is of a lot of interest to us, but also other neighboring countries. So what happens in Sudan affects us. You know that Uganda today is one of the biggest refugee hosting countries in the world. We have, I think, now estimated at 1.4 million refugees in Uganda. So we have an interest in stability in our neighboring countries. One, because what happens there directly affects us, because we are bound by international treaties, for example, on hosting refugees. So we wouldn't shut them out. But the real point is that Uganda is pushing for, as usual, because Uganda stands for regional security. We do support these efforts. So under the umbrella of Igad, one of the issues that came out is that, again, the parties at conflict in Sudan should quickly speak to each other. There was even a high-level panel which has been appointed under the umbrella of Igad to oversee face-to-face conversations between the warring parties in Sudan, but that the process should be led by the people within Sudan. I think that becomes important because this also factors in the independence of Sudan. So the external actors under the umbrella of Igad, but also the now even global African Union, I've also seen that came out that the African Union will support the negotiation process. There should be a ceasefire, which should be unconditional on both parties. Because without a ceasefire, you cannot talk peace. So one of the things that came out is that there should be an immediate ceasefire within 2 weeks to allow for on-the-table negotiations to come to hopefully the bottom of the matter and to pave way for democratic governance in Sudan under an arrangement which is led by the actors from within Sudan. So Uganda, the Igad, African Union and other international actors are playing a support role to ensure that that country returns to peace and normalcy so that we can transact business like we should be doing.
And on screen, what you're seeing is live footage coming in from the Speak Resort Munyonyo, Rwenzori Hall, where we expect the opening ceremony of the 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Non-Aligned Movement. The venue of that is the main hall of the Rwenzori Convention Center that you're definitely seeing on your screen. Of course, the arrivals are ongoing, but the activities that are ongoing at this time is the arrival of heads of state and government and heads of delegations from different member countries. Then the holding room for this is the Speak Ballroom, and the VIP lounge for spouses is what is holding those activities of the arrivals. And later on, there shall be an official photograph of the heads of state and heads of delegations from different countries before we head into the opening of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State here on the Non-Aligned Movement. But also to note, we will be bringing you all the details of the same, as everything will be happening at Speak Resort Munyonyo, something that we do expect to be happening in the next 1 hour. And so you have to keep your eyes glued on UBC, because we are going to definitely bring to you up to speed with everything that is coming in from there. But also we shall be keeping our eyes at the Entebbe International Airport to make sure that we know of who is arriving, who is coming in, and from which country, under what capacity is this particular person coming in, or in relation to the level of delegate he is in the respective country. So, of course, you will be expecting us to switch our eyes to Speak Resort Munyonyo once the meeting does kick off. But let's get back to our conversations this morning. Our conversations really are looking into highlighting day 1, 2, 3, and 4, or the first 4 days of the Non-Aligned Movement, and also looking at the other observations from the events that were transpiring, and also looking at the sideline events that took place, because as of now we're looking at the 42nd extraordinary Igad meeting that was happening at the Entebbe State House, hosted by President Museveni yesterday, and of course looking at the issues at hand, the issue of Sudan, the issue of Somalia and Ethiopia, amongst the key issues that were discussed. Well, for all of you who want to join this and be part of the conversation, you can use the hashtag NAM Summit UGI 2024 for further conversations and other opinions on the non-aligned movement that Uganda is hosting. And at the same time, yesterday afternoon, the G77 meetings did kick off, leaving no one behind. That is exactly where I want us to go with Commissioner Watasa at this particular moment. Commissioner, the G77 summit, the G77 plus China summit kicking off. Another one for Uganda to take charge.
Yeah, another big one for Uganda. We are now really big as a country, but maybe before we go there,
okay.
I've looked at the communique. Our president was also hailed for successfully hosting the NAM. It's not a small thing.
Yes.
So the heads of state of the Igad also hailed our president for successfully.
They actually mentioned all those summits.
Yeah, they mentioned all these summits. So I think in him we also share in what he has been able to do. The president, we also share in as a government, but also as a people, because he presides over Uganda and he leads the whole country. And so these are good times, like we said. He was also hailed, His Excellency the President, for the good hospitality that Uganda is also very famous for. And like we've said, issues security, terrorism, humanitarian issues which can come from conflict were also noted. And so in the end, I think Uganda comes out of this also looking even much better. We have not been looking bad, but in my view now, we are looking even better, and I think we look better and better as we move forward. The NAM, just briefly, the NAM also recommits itself to dealing with the issues under Sustainable Development Goals, because these countries are also signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, those issues include ending poverty. It's part of the agenda for the UN. Ending hunger, extreme hunger and the food shortage, delivering quality education, affordable health care, climate action, issues to do with climate change. Just the other week we had the COP28 in Dubai, where Uganda was represented. Because if you don't deal with climate change, then addressing these other things becomes difficult.
True.
Yeah,
Very true, really.
And that's why this again is part of the SDGs that Uganda is signatory to. Clean energy, it's one of the issues that we also take out of this as we go into the future. Climate action, peace and justice, sustainable smart cities. I know some people have been making some noise about some of our roads, but the truth is that there's no government in the world which does everything at a go. You have to prioritize and know what you are doing.
Priority sectors.
Not in America, not in Western Europe, even the richest countries in the world do prioritize what they do, because as we know, resources are limited. As we know now, Kampala, for example, a lot of roads are under construction. In fact, I think within about 24 months, we are going to have a completely different Kampala. So the people, even those who wanted to turn parts of Kampala into banana plantations, there is a commitment. This is part of actually the agenda here, building smart but also sustainable cities, which we want to make Kampala, but we also know that in Uganda we have other cities. We know them. So it's not just focusing on Kampala, but other smart cities, partnerships, clean water, because water is health. So as part of this, as the NAM draws towards a close, we recommit ourselves as a country towards the fulfilling and playing our role to ensure that Uganda meets its commitments under the Sustainable Development Goals. And like I've said, our efforts are coordinated through the Office of the Prime Minister, which is constitutionally mandated to coordinate the different government sectors and programs to ensure that we collectively work towards delivering these our commitments through the national development plans, but also annual plans and budgets. Now going to the G77, it's about leaving no one behind. This is about inclusion. And actually one of the commitments here is reducing and eventually eliminating inequalities. So one of the specific areas of focus is reducing inequalities, but also eventually removing inequalities. Because as we know, even in Uganda here we have some disparities, and that is where the principle of affirmative action, if you read our constitution, it talks about affirmative action. We need to look out for those people who need the specific particular attention to bring them up. And that's why if you notice there have been a lot of, after the war in northern Uganda, there were a lot of programs there, the PRDP, NUSAF, Karamoja, because the government realized that war and the effects of insecurity which prevailed in the past had slowed down economic activity in parts of eastern, but also northern Uganda and possibly parts of West Nile. That is why a lot of efforts were put there. And if you can see all indices now, post point towards improving household incomes, other indices like access to health, clean water, education. So the G77 recommits the member countries, G77 plus China, to these, remove the disparities, but also promote inclusion. In Uganda, we have programs like for women. I think Uganda, we are doing very well, and I think it can be a case study. We are not perfect, but we are doing very well. If you look at the judiciary, the legislature, the parliament, all of these have women leaders, the prime minister, the vice president. But if you also look at youth councils, women's councils, even anti-poverty programs, we have women empowerment project in the Ministry of Gender, which is particularly targeting cheap capital for women enterprises. We have Youth Livelihood Fund in the Ministry of Gender again. Then if you look at structures like the LC structure, all the way from district to village level, the vice chairperson is also responsible for issues to do with women, children.
Yes.
Government invested a lot in vaccination, brought down the infant mortality in Uganda. In fact, that partly explains the surge in Uganda's population. So a lot of things are being done to empower, to ensure no one is left behind. Minorities, if even refugees who are here are part of our community. So government of Uganda is sensitive to driving parity, in gender, include women, include children, include minorities, include the youth. In fact, if you look at even the program like the parish development model, which I've read quite deeply about, it also has what we call positive discrimination, i.e. paying specific focus to funding those activities, those income generating activities which are started by women, but also by youth and the other vulnerable groups.
Well, Commissioner, as due to the issue of time, as we are concluding, yesterday we, away from the non-aligned movement, as we are concluding with our conversation this morning, yesterday we received very sad news of the former politician, now let's say former politician, and of course former woman member of parliament for Dokolo, or the Dokolo district woman representative, the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. In 2 minutes as we're winding up, what would be your words?
It has been a dark happening of the week. The week, like which we've said, has been otherwise been going well, but the passing of Honorable Cecilia Ogwal is a low moment of the week. It's so sad for the country. I remember as a student in Makerere, from the mid to the early 90s, I used to listen to debates between these then Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, who were from the opposition, and then we had the likes of General Tafire, Honorable Amanya Mushega. So you had this, but you could see that she disagreed, but she was always civil. I didn't hear her abusing anyone. So she was strong, and she had the very strong views and put them strongly, but still she was a voice of moderation. She has also mentored a lot of young people. I've seen her also in these the national prayers that normally State House hosts. So she's a person who had the strong views, but also didn't lose the big picture of the country that is Uganda, the country we call home. So it's a big loss to the country, and I think we needed her wisdom more, so we will really lose her. I know some of her sons, I went to school with them. We really pass on our commiserations, and we pray that the old woman rests in peace. We will really miss her. She has been a voice of common sense, a voice of sobriety, and I think one of those that always helped us to create a common ground when there were sharp divisions. So it has been a sad event for the country, and I think for the people of northern Uganda, but also her family. We are going to pray that God touches them, and they comforts them, and that she does rest in peace. So, yeah, so.
Well, indeed, may her soul rest in peace, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal in there. And of course, that brings us to the end of our conversation this morning. It's ending on a sad note, but indeed, that is something we could not have left out. I've been having Commissioner Moses Watasa from the Ministry of ICT, and our conversations and discussions today were broadly looking at the day events from the previous days that Uganda has been hosting the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, the East African Business Forum, and also looking at the other issues that are at hand as well. Well, tonight we also expect to have the NAM Gala as well, so that is something that you should as well note, as we'll be keeping you up to speed with the NAM dinner Gala that is also expected by the end of today's evening. More of that will be coming in here on your national broadcaster, but within 1 hour's time we shall be taking you to the Speak Resort Munyonyo, where the meetings for the heads of state will be kicking off here in the country. Stick around to UBC, more is yet to come in relation to the Non-Aligned Movement. More updates, more discussions, more analysis, and more live broadcast. Good morning.
welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Have you packed more of it Harbour jelly and Harbour foam? Yes, we packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More it pack. It is a new improved more of it Harbour jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more of it Harbour jelly.
Tell me, kids, the scent. Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Harbour Jelly and Harbour Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Empowered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
Good morning and thank you so much for keeping it with us on UBC TV. I'm Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. It is day 5 of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit and the G77 plus China countries that are in Uganda. Their heads or representatives of their heads that are in Uganda now for this very important summit Well, someone was asking me that, Robert, when we talk about the G77 plus China, what are we referring to here? Well, that is the largest intergovernmental organization of developing countries in the United Nations, which provides the means for the countries of the South to attract and promote their collective economic interests and also enhance their joint negotiating capacity at all major economic issues. Now, this is what we are having, and of course, we've got a number of heads of states already in the country, or representatives of these countries. Just to take you through briefly before we go any further, we have the President of Ghana, the President of South Africa, Central African Republic, the President of Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, Djibouti, Somalia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, Equatorial Guinea, and also have Libya represented there. We have Mali Prime Minister, Algeria Prime Minister, Turkey Vice President, Nepal Prime Minister, Bahamas Prime Minister, China Vice President. We have Namibia Vice President, Vietnam Vice President, Bosnia, we have a member of the presidency. We have Sudan, commander of paramilitary RSF, and we have Rwanda Prime Minister, Cuba Vice President, South Africa President, of course, are also in the country. Now, this explains the magnitude of what is going to be discussed in this summit after having successfully had the non-aligned movement right from day one, where we saw the meeting of senior officials kicking off. That was Monday into Tuesday, very successful under the chairmanship of Ambassador Adonia Ayebale, who now runs that after, yes, he was, after his nomination by Uganda, I didn't see anyone object to that. Then that brought us the document from both the political and socio-economic.
to the non-alignment movement. We became members of the non-alignment movement in 1964, just 2 years after we gained our independence. Because this is, when we talk about NAM, it's basically a movement or an association, you know, just to put it in simple terms, that brings together developing countries with the goal of addressing collectively some of the pressing issues, the challenges that are confronted by many of these countries. You know, and it all started with the Badang conference. I think that's the most critical conference. But you know, the movement itself starts as early as in the early 1950s, that spans into the early 61. Why many of us within the international relations field focus a lot on 61, because the principles were laid on how this future cooperative framework, or how this association or how this movement will conduct business for generations to come. And it clearly laid down principles of that we will mutually respect each other, because just also to backtrack a bit, this movement started you know, during the era of bloc politics. You either belonged to the pro-Soviet Russia or you belonged to the pro-West you know, America and some of the Western aligned countries. So these developing countries felt that their concerns were beyond bloc politics, that we don't have to really belong. We have to pursue our own common interests that that affect us more than just engaging on you know, bloc politics, because it wasn't actually an issue of concern at the time. The concern actually was basically decolonization. In the early 50s, in the 61, the major concern was how do we break away from this sort of colonial yoke and start steering our own affairs and our own governance and driving our own development. And for us to be able to do that, we can't do it individually. We had to look for countries that we share similar experiences, similar histories, because we all had gone through that colonial legacy, colonial experience, and we were all striving towards catching up in terms of development. But also, how are we going to project ourselves within the international arena, regionally, in our own, you know, regional kind of areas of influence, but also internationally, how are we going to assert our presence and our leadership? But for us to be able to do that, we needed to form an association with those that are similar to our own histories, experiences, concerns, and share the same goals and you know, the same objectives, and also subscribe to the same common principles. So the common principles of NAM are basically we will mutually respect each other, but we will also appreciate, you know, respect sovereignty. You know, like no country should actually intervene or interfere in our own concerns, because we had that colonial history. Non-aggression, we should not attack each other, or we should not even, you know, subscribe to anyone who wants to interfere. But we will mutually respect each other. There will be equal treatment. We will resolve our own disputes or our international concerns. If we have any concerns, we will have to resolve them, you know, peacefully. We will not align with anyone. We will not be this side or the other side, pro-Soviet, but we will pursue non-alignment. In international relations, with something we call strategic non-alignment, that even when I do not necessarily agree with the US in this particular concern or in this particular position, it doesn't necessarily mean that we should not coalesce or relate on issues of how do we address the pandemic of COVID, how do we resolve issues of HIV/AIDS, or how do we work internationally to resolve issues of peace in Somalia, for example. Somalia being you know, an ally within the NAM movement, because they are members of the developing countries. If, for example, we have to work with the US to ensure security, then we can cooperate in other areas. We might disagree on the issue of you know, the Israel's attacking Gaza and then causing loss to property, loss to lives of over 24,000. We might have actually points of disagreement, but there are areas where we will agree and work together. So that's
now,
strategic and non-alignment.
Doesn't that now befit the fundamental principles and reasons of forming NAM? For example, when you look at the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, the Nehru, that time, Gamal Nasser, the way they were doing these things then was totally, we do not.
Well,
is it that times have now changed is that principle, because there is a term you use with it, diplomatic non-alignment?
On strategic non-alignment.
Strategic non-alignment?
Yes.
But I'm trying to look into the brains of these mighty five.
Yes.
That formed this. And to them, seeming it was, we shan't.
Well, the context, you're right that the times have changed. The context then, or the situation then, demanded that, you know, you see, when you are strategically non-aligning, or when you are, because at that point we had to define our position. Our key position was decolonization. So beyond decolonization, the focus is stability and development. So if you're going to pursue these twin goals, then you have to look out for those that can facilitate those two objectives. It's in the current context, you need to align, but of course holding strongly onto your principles. For example, if you
okay, yes, just give you an example.
Yeah, if you look at Uganda, our foreign policy is anchored on close to about 5 major principles. Uganda has taken a peaceful coexistence and a non-alignment principle. Uganda believes, for example, that international disputes should be resolved peacefully, and that's why you would see that Uganda voting, for example, the Russian vote last year, or, when we voted to abstain, people failed to understand that Uganda was actually exercising its constitutional mandate within the international.
When Ambassador Adonia,
yeah.
Yes.
So many would actually understand, or many should know, that Uganda was exercising its constitutional mandate within the international arena, because Uganda believes or aligns to the principles of non-alignment that we have to resolve issues peacefully, or disputes have to be resolved peacefully, and you don't have to align when it comes to issues of disputes. We push for peaceful coexistence. So it's important to acknowledge that different sovereign countries have actually appreciated the fact that we have to develop collectively, but we have to push back on any motives or moves that actually take us back to the colonial era, where you have to attack a country without where actually violence takes precedence more than peaceful resolution of issues. So Uganda, clearly, of course, we know that as a country, one of the key or core principle is to respect the international law, but also the treaty obligations. So the international laws are clear on rules of engagement in terms of warfare. They are clear on genocide. They are clear on some of the things, and these are the same things actually that are the principles that bring together the non-alignment movement countries of about 121. But just quickly to answer your question, the G77 comes in a way that, so the non-alignment movement is basically an association of members that are within the UN, 121 countries that are, it's more like a caucus of the UN. So the UN has 193 countries, 193 countries. So out of the 193 countries, there are close to about 121 countries. These are developing countries. 121 as of the last few days, we added Southern Sudan, because the 54 countries, if you have a breakdown, these are the 54 African countries, the 39 Asian countries, and the 26 both the Latin American, some Latin American countries, and also the Caribbean countries. So that's the formation of the 121. Now, when it comes to influencing the business related to economic interest, how do they pursue development economic interests, and how do they jointly influence the business within the UN framework? So they formed in 1964. NAM actually a few years later had to form like a caucus within the UN system called the G77.
So one would rightly refer to NAM, that NAM countries, once in the UN,
yes,
then make the G70.
Yeah. So of course
it's like that now. After this NAM, when they're within the UN setting,
yes,
one would be right to refer to them as the G.
Yeah, the G77. Because why are they called the G77? Because it was initially, at the time of forming that advocacy body within the international framework of the UN, there were 77. So it was a declaration of the 77 countries.
The group of the 77.
The group of the 77 countries. And I think the common characteristics that these countries were developing countries. And many of them were members of NAM. So NAM actually has a coordinating bureau within the UN. Just for our viewers to also know that Uganda is going to be chairing that coordination bureau. You know, once the business is agreed upon in Uganda, the implementation, the leadership of how do we get some of these commitments that are going to be pronounced tomorrow by the heads of state. Like you clearly mentioned, we started with the senior officials. These are majorly ambassadors of the UN and key government officials of the different countries. They formed a committee, they discussed these issues, they pushed these issues to the Ministerial, which brings together, which is chaired actually by Honorable Jejo Dong, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, and now the business has been forwarded, the declaration document, the draft has been forwarded to be discussed by the many leaders that have actually come into this beautiful country. And once they declare the Kampala Declaration, so we're going to move into the actual implementation. So the implementation is going to be steered through by Uganda through the Coordination Bureau. And it's the first time, maybe just to clearly also highlight that the G77 countries are beyond the 77 countries. They still maintain the name or the label of the 77, the founding of 77 countries, but the membership actually spans to about 135 countries. And China comes in as an observer in 1994, because I know many were asking me that how does it come to be G77? Are they the only 77? I mean, why would you say that there are only 77 countries? At the same time, why would you say that, why would you even add in plus China? So it's important to understand that at the time of forming this advocacy entity within the UN, that if we're going to influence the agendas of the UN, if we're going to influence the budgeting framework of the UN, if we're going to influence the appointments of who becomes like the next Secretary General, the key commissioners, if we have to do it, we have to do it within the framework of advocacy. And so the 77 members were the founding, but then China comes in as an observer. So China is an observer. So for the case of Uganda, we have the NAM membership, and we've here, but also
maybe just to update our viewers on what they're seeing on the screen. Those are some of the delegates that are now beginning to arrive at Speak Resort Munyonyo for the summit. Remember, today, yes, happens to be the big day when we are going to be having the G77 plus China officially opening under the non-allied movement summit. So we are saying them, well, you can only read the flag because some of these cars you may know unless you get that closer look to know who exactly is arriving, but all signs show that the delegates have started arriving at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. If I get a clear shot more closer and look at the flag on the car, if it's a head of state, then it is very easy to identify with who. But we'll keep updating you on the arrivals at Speak Resort. Well, going back to you, Haji, you were still giving us that rich history that in 1994 China now joined as an observer, the group of the 77 countries then that thought it wise that if they needed a bigger voice, then of course they had to
have a bigger voice within the UN
system. Now that said, it brings me to, we've seen a lot of deliberations since Monday. We've had various representatives, some talking about position at the UN Security Council. We've had those South Africa calling upon others, supporters, to take Palestine to court, and we need this to happen. We've seen some also calling for a formation of a women movement under NAM, and we've had the issue of the public debt also coming up. But one thing that is very important that I want you to help our viewer understand is the implementation, the strength of NAM to have these declarations be implemented. Most of those that just not require the member states, but issues like the position, a permanent at the UN Security Council, issues like the war in Palestine and the killings that are happening in Gaza, how these can be binding, because most people tend to look at NAM as it is about will from member states. It's about will, yes, consensus as we do this, but if I don't feel it very important, it is not like I ratified, therefore I'm held accountable. That is within member states. But also on other blocks, for example, in the UN where they're even members, how big is their voice to compel things to happen?
Well, I mean, this is the best opportunity Uganda has ever had. I think just to also let our viewers know that it's the first time that you're going to have a country that chairs NAM and chairs the G77 Plus at the same time. So Uganda leads actually on that particular arrangement. So Uganda is chairing both, meaning that Uganda is chairing the membership of NAM, but at the same time Uganda is also chairing the G77 Plus members, close to about 135 countries within the framework of the UN. And the business actually, the bulk of the business is going to happen post the summit, after the summit. One thing that I actually want to highlight is there are critical issues of concern that have been deliberated. Quite a lot of issues have been deliberated. I think we need to wait and see how the final declaration shapes through. But the most important thing is Uganda is actually taking on the chairmanship, or Uganda is chairing at a critical point in the world where we are having, the world is actually experiencing more of a near genocide in Gaza, and as you've really seen, many of the leaders have actually come out to condemn, and they've really taken the position that the peaceful resolution of that particular conflict has to take precedence more than the issue of actually resolving it in form of violence. But we also have the Summit for the Future, which I think for me is going to happen next year. It's a very critical summit, and Uganda is going to be generating positions among the membership of NAM on 5 major critical issues. One is the issue of the global governance. There are concerns related to the setup and the structure of the global institutions that are not fit for purpose. They were actually created using an Eurocentric perspective, so they've been furthering and promoting the interests that are not to the advantage of the developing countries. So there is the most critical issue to talk about is the issue of the global financial institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions. If you look at their credit rating mechanism, the way they rate the developing countries is not the way they rate the developing countries. So there's a lot of unfairness and inequality in that particular area. And we've had presidents like Ruto speaking up at the international fora, I think in the last Paris summit, and you would clearly see the anger that we borrow at the same rate, but our payment terms are not the same.
It's very annoying. Yeah, why would I and you, I'm less developed, you're more developed, yes, we come for a loan, yes, and then I have to start paying from the minute I sign, yes, then for you given a grace period of about 2 years, yeah, but start paying.
Yeah, but of course these are issues that actually touch also on the other issues of debt. The terms actually that are not favoring the developing countries. So the issue of debt repayment, the
keeping them highly indebted.
Yeah, highly indebted.
The same circle.
But of course, many have also argued that China also does that, but it's not something we can really. But it's really an issue of the global financial on the permanent presence or leadership presence within the Security Council. The P5 who have the powers to veto everything, and you've seen the power of the veto, how it has actually played a very instrumental role in escalating the violence in Gaza. So the membership of NAM and the G77 membership will actually be pushing the agenda on reforming the global governance system. That these institutions, the UN, is not fit for purpose. The UN of 1945 is not the UN that represents our concerns. Yet we have a wider membership, and we are over 121. Or we are, that's just the NAM membership. But if you put the NAM membership combined with the G77 membership, then the G77 has 135 membership that subscribe to that bit of global influence advocacy. The other issue that is also going to be at the center stage is the issue of the Sustainable Development Goals and post-COVID. Many of these global development economies that are developing economies or developing economies were hit by COVID. We saw COVID here, how the vaccines were actually delayed to be distributed or to be delivered.
Neither formula distributed.
Formulas were not distributed, but the vaccines were not also, came late in the developing countries after many of the citizens of the global south had lost lives. So there was this anti sort of development countries narrative that kept on developing, or anti-Westernism, because they felt that it was actually double standards to the other level. Where are these concepts of human rights values being available for each other, and all the concept of we are one, we are together, we're not leaving anyone behind. But also the other critical issues is we might not actually meet the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, because many of these economies were hit badly by both the COVID situation, but also the Russian war on Ukraine, because many of us were relying on fuel, fertilizers to boost our farming and agricultural growth, some wheat, because these were critical, and then many were actually denied, not to relate with Russia, and that affected. So the issue of Sustainable Development Goal will also be an agenda. The other critical agenda will be the climate issue. We've just been in Dubai. There are issues of commitments. Over 100 billion commitments were made. The monies that should come.
The damage and loss fund.
The damage and loss fund and all these issues. So most of these commitments are not coming up. So the Summit for the Future or the Pact for the Future, the question of youth, the question of digital impact, and more especially accessibility. We are in a technologically powered world. So these are all concerns that are going to sort of shape and play through. But the most critical elephant in the room is the question of Gaza.
Now, Professor, this is where I want to put it to you. We have the Baku Declaration, and we've had a number of sittings of summits regarding NAM, but we do not lack issues to put on table. We have the issues to put on table, and these are very serious issues, but pushing them through, even with the Summit of the Future, seems a problem. That is where I want to see, how do we move forward for this to make greater sense? Because NAM has been criticized on the other side, with certain some political analysts say, well, yes, you have, what benefit do you get meeting, having so much on paper, very important, but then you end up failing to see that. And one would say, well, but this is not compelling, and others say these are poor countries, these are developing countries. I don't want to use the word poor anymore.
Actually, they're no longer poor.
They're no longer poor.
Because if you look at economies like India are very instrumental. Yes. India plays a very instrumental role in terms of bolstering the US economy or the Chinese economy. So India is actually a superpower. Most of these are nuclear powers, Iran and all these other countries. I think what people should not do is to look at these countries from the prism of the NAM formation then. These countries have developed, they have capabilities of technology, they have capabilities of nuclear. Many of these countries have actually, the economic profile has actually gone up. Many of these countries, by the way, 90% of the countries that forms the BRICS, cooperation from a global or political grouping are membership of NAM. I think for me, the question of implementation of the commitments or the declaration is going to be addressed, because initially NAM was working in isolation with the G77. So, but now that you have, for the first time, a country, Uganda, chairing both the membership of NAM, but at the same time chairing the G77 plus members within the UN system, that gives an advantage of having a shared common agenda. And I think for me that is a critical point of departure in this era, and it's why I'm proud of being a Ugandan, because Uganda is going to chair a shared, coordinated, form of business. So whatever is agreed upon in Uganda will actually have a coordinated leadership, because you have Uganda chairing the G77 plus membership. Actually, yesterday our permanent secretary has been made the chair. Bajire, Vincent Bajire will be chairing the senior officials of the G77. And then, Ambassador Donia Ayebare has a very critical role in that particular area. Our minister has a very critical role, Honorable Jejo Dong. And obviously the leadership, our president, His Excellency the President Yoweri Museveni, had a very critical role in providing the political leadership of the declaration that will be agreed upon here. So you don't expect these two entities that have to have different agendas, but also to have different approaches on how they want to push through these agendas towards realization. For the first time since the formation of NAM, and since the formation of NAM in the early 50s, 55, 61, when we clearly defined our principles that are going to guide our leadership and our engagement of business. For the first time since the formation of the G77 in 1964, we have one coordinated leadership. One country is steering through both the NAM and the G77 plus China. And I think for me, it's also very disservicing to play down, the influence, or, you cannot play down NAM, because NAM has influence of numbers. The UN, is actually a game of numbers. The UN is actually a game of might in terms of economic might. And if you look at the population structure of NAM members combined with the G77 plus China members, they constitute 55% of the 8 billion population of the world. So you cannot blame, if it comes to economic interests, the G77 has a lot of focus on a lot of focus is on economic interests and the joint negotiation capability. How do we jointly negotiate? And remember that even when China is a plus member officially in 1994, but you have countries that are not members of the G77 that align with the interests and the concerns or the priorities of the G77 plus members. We've seen the voting patterns, how Russia votes. Many times Russia aligns with the global south. We've seen other countries actually that have come out within the EU that are aligned, like Spain, Italy, and some of these other countries that take position of the global south. So you need the global south for market, you need the global south for opportunities. It's a globally connected world. And if half of this population its leadership is now in Kampala, then that shows you the influence Uganda has today.
Talking about its leadership being in Kampala, what do we stand to benefit away from the organizing of the conference? But you see, you have Ambassador Adonia Ayebare, yes, our permanent representative for the United Nations, but now also chairing the Council of the Senior Officials.
Yes.
You have Honorable JJ Odong chairing, that is Ministerial Council.
Yes.
You have His Excellency, both now the chairperson of the Unallied Movement, and of course we know today he will be, he will officially take over the chairperson of the G77 plus China. So as a country, and this is the first time you've said, what do we stand to benefit? What's unique? Because the conferences, yes, they have been in Badan, they have, we had in Baku, Egypt. We can mention the various conferences where they have been. So that may not be my concern of now and that we have discussed. But this uniqueness ever first in Uganda.
Well, if you look at the setup of the international relations business, you will see members will actually, the audience needs to know that their immediate benefits beyond the conventional diplomatic conversions that we are having, or discussions, beyond these conventional diplomatic discussions that we are having in the ministerial meetings, the senior officials meetings, and now the heads of states deliberations and discussions. There are benefits. Uganda has had side meetings. We had strategic sessions like the business forum, where we've seen actually quite a number of memorandums of understanding that have been signed, business opportunities. Uganda has had an opportunity to showcase its tourism, its trade, but also investments as well. So we've had these kind of deliberations. And of course, there are also, the people who are here, they will have to eat food. So the food comes from the farm gate. The opportunities, they will get to visit the places and look around. But beyond the summit, I think for many of us who are very much interested in this particular field, the business beyond these hype of summits, for me, is more important, because Uganda will automatically the brand of Uganda is known now globally, because there are many who never knew Uganda. But if Uganda can attract the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, to come and address, the summit, that means that the global spotlight is shining on the country. It might actually, in the long term, raise our profile in terms of our tourism attraction, but also it positions Uganda as a country that has a convening power. That shows that we can convene as much more summits to come. That means Uganda is known to be, Uganda has a reputational leadership sort of profile. They can convene, if Uganda can convene all these numbers, so that means Uganda will become a future, of course, with the good peace that we have, the good climate that we have, we are more likely to become a destination for future summits. And that plays a role to, the summit economy. Because many of the summits are known to be going to Addis Ababa and Kenya and other countries. But if you look at how we have put this together, and thanks to the men and women who really are behind the thinking, the planning, and the execution of this particular summit, that we're now on day 5. It's very peaceful, and Ugandans are very supportive of its success. So this will actually lay a ground for the future, similar kind of events that have direct benefits. But indirect benefits, one is, in the next 3 years, Uganda is going to be leading discussions, having side meetings, signing MOUs. Some of these things are non-predictable for now, but some of these MOUs might lead to investment opportunities, trade-related opportunities. We just signed a memorandum of understanding with Azerbaijan. And we're going to set up diplomatic relations with them, because they will be taking over in around 2027 from us. So you see that already we didn't have any bilateral or diplomatic relations with that particular country, but that's an opening. So the summit, the NAM summit, the G77 summit leadership is an opening to asserting our presence in some of these other countries and identifying areas of mutual business interests and engagements. So the immediate kind of benefits that might come through, but the long-term benefits that are going to be beneficial to the country are enormous.
Now, Professor, let's also look at, what is happening right now is we are seeing the guests, they arrived, and then they're preparing for a photo there. Then later we may see the opening kicking off. Now, there we are seeing journalists also preparing. Journalists are preparing at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, according to what I see, the back carriers there for a group photo to be taken properly there. Now, Professor, this brings me to a very important question. In all this, one can say it's been a success so far, and we pray all that starts well ends well in terms of organizing. It's been a success us organizing it, and that has done us very good. But also, there is a challenge of now, how do we move forward? One will tell you, for a country that hosts the NAM summit, of course, you don't have that good funding, that it's a non-structured organization, so you won't expect that there is money given to that country because they're going to organize this big magnitude, like when it comes to the Commonwealth and all these others. Now, we are going to be convening meetings. Some may not be even in Uganda.
Yes.
Inviting permanent secretaries of these countries, inviting ministers of these countries, and these require money. I've been told an estimate of about 19 billion.
19 billion, actually.
So when we talk about 19 billion, this is money required to move things forward. It is one thing organizing a successful meeting, but moving forward where you require funds, and this organization doesn't have a reliable source of funding. Membership is not by subscription, that maybe each country will give us 500 million Uganda shillings, so that how do we move forward?
I think certainly, I think one of the things that we will need going forward, we will need the monies, we will need the financing. And already I saw the chairperson of the Foreign Affairs Committee clearly stating that I think they have a requisition of about 19 billion to steer through the business that happens after the summit. So it's one thing to have a summit, and then eventually you have a Kampala declaration. So once you have the Kampala declaration, then you have to break down some of these key commitments in form of committees. There will be subcommittees. There will be a committee of countries that are going to be working on a particular issue, like how do we restructure our position on global governance. There will be a committee that works on issues to do with sustainable development goals. How do we make sure that we don't leave anyone behind? And you know, for you to convene all these there could be senior officials meetings, ministerial meetings to come and agree on some of these issues that have been deliberated on at the committee. You have to convene ambassadors within the coordination bureau at the NAM,
who will have to sit in
a
5-star.
So you need money. So one is we need financing, but we also need diplomatic competent people. So Uganda has to really look around and shop for the best and the brightest in terms of within the diplomatic corps. And one thing that I was discussing with a colleague of mine, the ambassador Adoniai, being a colleague, because we're very much close into this particular area, he mentions that he's put together a team, and this team has to be facilitated. Some of these meetings will happen within New York, other meetings will happen in other capitals, so people have to move, people have to convene, and Uganda has to put a budget commitment to that particular leadership. So the financing doesn't stop at putting the members together to agree on a common agenda, but then financing the agenda is also very much of a critical issue we need to think about. But also, most importantly, we also need to have a mechanism where we communicate, we disseminate, there has to be a media budget, there has to be, how do you facilitate continuity in terms of consensus? So for me, the business is beyond the short-term hype in Kampala. Actually, business starts immediately after tomorrow. Yeah, and I think for me that's critical.
Well, it's now time for the group photo if you look at your screen very well, I think the delegates are getting prepared for that group photo according to program of today, which is day 5. And then that will be followed yet with more of arrival and taking their seats. We are still looking at the G77 plus China, and of course looking at the non-allied movement, where this is a summit that exactly shows the 77 countries in the 77 countries that are members of the non-allied movement and also members of the United Nations that came together and ensured that they have a better voice within the United Nations to present their issues very clearly. Now, Haji, you are still talking about more related to the fact that we need finances at such a time. We need finances, and we must find all ways to ensure that we don't just have a successful meeting, but actually the implementation therefore that follows. And one important thing to note here is we do not have these clear sources so far. But just to take you briefly into today's program, where we have the arrival of heads of government, then we shall have the opening remarks of the 19th Summit of Heads of States and Government of the Non-Allied Movement. We shall have the address of the President now, before handing over. And this will be followed, as we'll be letting you know which event happens at that particular moment. Let's go back to the funding issue.
Yeah, definitely Uganda needs to put together a channel of financing, more especially the implementation of the declaration. Like I did mention, that we'll have committee meetings, we'll have ministerial caucusing and sittings, we'll have senior officials deliberating, we'll have a team of technocrats and experts to put together some of these expert documents within the language that is appreciated and acceptable within the UN. And Uganda providing leadership is not necessarily just looking at hosting this particular meeting, but importantly, Uganda has to see to it that we successfully steer through the full implementation of this very interesting, the ideas or the resolutions that come out of this meeting. The other critical issue that I also want to highlight is many of these countries are very are powerful globally in terms of the economic profiles. You see Saudi Arabia, that majority of them are OPEC members. So they have the oil dollars or the oil monies. Many of them have quite a lot of, it's a collection of capabilities.
Well, Haji, just to interject, sorry for that, the group photo of the various heads of states being taken right now, that is at the stairs of Rwenzori Conventional Center. Now remember, this is a center that was constructed and it's able to accommodate 4,000 guests. So they are taking a photo there. Then from the photo that has been taken at the main stairs of Rwenzori Convention Center, we shall have the opening ceremony of the 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Non-Aligned Movement. The venue remains, that is Rwenzori Convention Center. Then we shall have the address, that is the address by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and who happens to be the current chair of the NAM. So that soon after happening, then the main opening ceremony will be taking place by the current, and then a minute of silence in memory of the leaders under the non-aligned movement that departed us since the summit that was held in Baku. Then a report still by the president, who is the current chair of NAM, to report on the activities from 2019 to 2024 election by acclamation of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency, as President of the Republic of Uganda, now taking over the leadership of the 19th Summit of Heads of State and Government at the NAM. Then we shall have the official transfer of the chair to the NAM from Azerbaijan to Uganda. Then inaugural speech addressed by Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, our president of the summit. Well, so far that is what we can be telling you that will be happening. And the first item is going on. If you look at your screen, that is the taking of a group photo on the stairs of the Rwenzori Conventional Center at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Today happens to be the official opening of the G77 plus China summit, running of course alongside NAM. Now it is very easy for someone to understand that when you talk about NAM and talk about the G70, it is just that these are countries actually that decided that yes, by then there were 77.
Yep.
But of course the number has now increased to 134. And they decided that we need to have a caucus within the UN to push better our concerns in this structure. My guests refer to it as a caucus. And of course, when you talk about caucus, it's easier for people to grasp.
Just to bring it home a bit, to simplify and bring it close to the understanding of our audience. Because you see, the international system has to be influenced. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of countries cannot work in silos. So they need that joint negotiation capacity. And initially there were 77 that conceived the idea of influencing business within the UN with a declaration of 77, but over time the numbers have actually exceeded beyond the 77. But so they still maintain the label and the name of the G77, but the membership has widened and it has increased. The membership has also increased in terms of their projection of global power. Many of the membership there, you see Saudi Arabia, you see the influence of the economies like South Africa, you see Iran, some of these, India, some of these are powerful nations that are wielding a lot of power, both in terms of technology, in terms of nuclear power position, Many of them have surpassed other countries that are within the developing countries realm, more especially in some key sectors and areas of development. So I mean, it's a different NAM altogether. It's a different membership altogether. It's a different world altogether, because the initial founding fathers were looking at how do we decolonize, how do we disarm ourselves, but now the focus is very much on the business of the world, and the business of the world, and that's why NAM, for the first time as we chair NAM, NAM is actually focusing on very critical issues, like how do we address some of the most tough issues, like the unilateral sanctions. NAM is concerned, or the G77 members are, or the G77 members are concerned that some of our members are still held up by these sanctions, and some of these sanctions limit their development. They cannot transact, they cannot engage on issues that will drive their own development, and issues to do with unilateral measures or sanctions. Countries like Iran, Zimbabwe, countries like Sudan, and you can see there our president well adorned with a very nice suit, ready to take that very nice photo. And I think for me these are really critical opportunities for our country, and it's important that our viewers across the country appreciate that this is the best opportunity.
Well, we've just seen the arrival of our president, also being able to participate in that group photo at the stairs of the Rwenzori Convention Center at Speak Resort Munyonyo. This is the first item away from the arrival of the guests. That is the first item according to the program. Then later we shall see the current chair of the G77, his speech and handing over power or transfer of power to President Museveni, who will now be the new chair. So anytime from now, the delegates, the various heads of states and representatives of states will be entering the conventional center, and once they're there, of course, the official opening will be kicking off. Reminding you, this is happening at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, and the main particular venue is the conventional center that was recently built or constructed by Speak Resort. But remember, this is also where we have shares as a country to be able to house or host this huge delegation. It hosts, it can accommodate 4,000 plus people, and this is where the main activity is going to be taking place today. But we shall be updating you of events as they will be unfolding at Speak Resort. So whenever I cut short my guests, it's just to give a clear update of what is happening to match with what you're seeing on the screen. Well, you can see the guests entering, and of course security is very tight. Looking at the screen clearly, yes, various heads of states are entering now into the venue to have this commence. We'll be giving you more, and of course when the anthem are played and all that, we'll be coming back and connecting live there. Now, this is a very powerful group. It has so many countries, indeed, 134 countries. And their main achievement is a strong voice to see things happen. The foundation was to fight colonialism, but then they still battle with the issue of neo-colonialism.
Absolutely, I think that's one of the most sticking issues.
I want us also to look at this critically. You talked about strategic alignment,
non-alignment,
and strategic non-alignment.
Yes,
but still, even when we say strategic, neo-colonialism still lives with us.
No, absolutely. I think it's a fact that we still have, especially countries that were colonized by the French. The French have never left Africa. We see that they still influence the currencies. The currencies are still francs. They still have a lot of stake in terms of the national resources of some of these countries that has crippled, the development financing and the progression of these countries, or the prosperity of majorly French colonies. And if our viewers have been following the events within the continent, we've had multiple coups, close to about 10 attempts of coups, successful 8 coups, and many of these coups are led by young men in military who feel that development is not for them. The young people feel that the country is still ruled indirectly by the former colonizers, and they feel that they have to break through, they have to break chain, or they have to break away from the influences of some of these colonial mentalities or these colonial countries, that independence was never actually realized. They feel that they don't have control of their natural resources. And that's why we've seen instabilities, or we've seen regressions in terms of democracy. And NAM will actually have a clear articulation on the alternatives that they think that democracy has to take through, because they feel that the way it's structured, you would hear that in their discussion, that the so-called democracy doesn't work for us. So can we think about a framework that we can propose within the UN framework? I think for me the general consensus is they're not ready to start up another UN framework of sorts. Yes. They want to influence within the UN, and that's why the G77 plus China is very critical, because China is a member of the permanent Security Council, is a permanent member of the Security Council. And of course, their rotational membership within the 15 members, the non-permanent members, and many of the developing countries have had clear roles of leadership in that particular area. I think Kenya just left, was just chairing the non-permanent members, and they did a very good job in trying to really push back on some of these issues and push the agenda of the G77. But these countries that are having all these kind of changes within within their polities are looking at the young people, feel that indeed it's true. Even when we claim that we got the independence, we've never got the independence. Unemployment is still unemployment. Multinational companies that are from some of these other countries that colonized us, and more especially within the French colonized kind of states, feel that these multinational companies also are actually just taking the benefits back to their countries. So some of these countries, their reserves are still in some of these former countries. So neocolonialism is still with us, and that's why the agenda keeps shifting. Initially it was dealing with how do we break away and gain our independence, but now the discussion, especially within the French caucus members of the G77 and also the French membership of the formerly colonized members within Africa by the French, still feel that they need to push back on this issue of gaining full independence, both economically, so that their currencies and their reserves, their financing are determined from their capitals, and their, like other countries that were colonized, like the Commonwealth and the other countries. So there are these sticking issues, and I think for me the most important issue that we also feature is the youth agenda. The youth agenda will feature very much as we chair the summit for the future, and I think for me these are critical issues that we will be seeing through. Of course, Gaza will feature quite a lot, because NAM has been known, and the G77 taking positions that are pro-Palestine. If you look at the subsequent votes, that even though we've voted as a country, we've voted 3 times, 2 times at the General Assembly, 3 times at the General Assembly, and we all vote for a peaceful resolution of the crisis in Gaza, but also importantly allowing in the humanitarian support to come in. Uganda, because we've really taken our foreign policy internationally, because we are for peaceful resolution of conflicts, not using violence. And I think Uganda really stands at a very critical moment to lead these 2 summits, both the NAM summit and the G77 plus China summit.
Well, very interesting when it comes to how best numbers can play out in changing situations. Just remind you, NAM was formed in 1961. So it's been around for that long, where we saw these countries come together and say we will not look on as our fellow countries are not gaining independence, even to protect ours that we've just attained independence, because most of these countries by that time had just gotten their independence. So how best do they ensure that they will uphold their independence, but also looking at how in case of conflict we'll be able to solve, well, we'll ensure that we resolve conflicts through dialogue of peaceful means. That was also another very important thing. Now, when these countries moved on, remember the first conference, there were about 25 countries. But when they moved on, they found it wise in 1964, to be more specific, on the 15th of June, to form then the G77. And later on in 1994, China was adopted there as an observer. Now these countries have moved on. So what you're having in Kampala today is actually that summit. It began on Monday. We had the senior officials under the non-aligned movement meet in Kampala. That was Monday and Tuesday. There they had the social and economic committee. There was also the political committee, and they came up with the draft that was then passed over to the Council of Ministers, and also it scrutinized this document. If there are any amendments made, they were made, and it is what is going to be presented today to the heads of government meeting, and they will discuss that more. Thereafter, after this has been successfully done, we shall have the Kampala Declaration. But remember, Uganda is now chairing both, because His Excellency will be taking over the chairmanship. Today, Uganda is chairing both the non-allied movement and also the G77 plus. We have our Minister for Foreign Affairs, General Jeje Odong, now the current chair of the Council of Ministers, our permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Adonia Ayebale, the chairperson of the senior officials meeting there, and then we have His Excellency, the chair of both of these. What does this mean to Uganda? Well, we are doing that with my guest in studios. What do we stand to benefit? That is also something we have discussed, and then a minute from now we'll have the official opening. The group photo has been taken and the delegates have begun taking their seats. Anytime from now, then we shall be having, according to today's program, we shall be having the official opening of the summit by the heads of government and the aligned movement, where we'll be having the president and the current president, that is of Azerbaijan, giving, of course, his remarks there, and then we shall have adoption of the agenda. Then we shall have the transfer of power. Well, this all happening, we've looked at as a country. Yep. But there is one common question that has been asked. The ordinary, the ordinary person, they're wondering, yes, we are seeing sirens in the city. We are seeing security beefed up. Above all, government has made a very big investment into this. It's not going to end with the summit only. We've just talked about the about 19 billion required. We are still investing money into this.
Absolutely.
But why does this person stand to benefit? From diplomatic corps and...
No, like I did mention, beyond convening these diplomatic sessions, we've had business summits. The arrangement has tilted a bit because Uganda has also tried to use this as an opportunity to strategically position the country.
Actually, it's been the first of its kind.
Absolutely, having like the business forum where we're showing case of the opportunities within East Africa. So we did not just focus on Africa, on Uganda, but we were also showcasing the entire region that we have these opportunities that you can take advantage of. And I think the tourism, the trade, the investments, these are critical for resource mobilization. If the members go and visit many of our beautiful sceneries, if they leave some of the monies in the communities, that is part of resource mobilization, because they pay the monies. We collect taxes from some of what they buy, how they spend, the different places where they go to see the beauty that Uganda is endowed as a pearl of Africa. All these investments that will actually be channeled to development, investment in education, health, bettering our roads and bettering some of our facilities. But the other critical things that I also want to highlight is this is the largest meeting that we are hosting. After CHOGM, this is the largest, and the most important thing for me is you have over 135 countries in the country, so you have to really beef up security because many of these are high-profile guests. Then you have to also make sure that the facilities where they're going to stay, where they're going to deliberate common issues of the world or pressing issues of the world, that the facilities are up to the standards internationally. You have to make sure that there are delegations that are comfortable. The cars are the right cars. They are fit for purpose in terms of keeping our guests more comfortable as well. But importantly, we have to make sure that they discuss issues at ease and also at when they are comfortable, for us to be able to get that common business that we want, or the common business agenda that we are going to steer through in the next 3 years. Just also note that we are going to chair the largest intergovernmental organization within the UN system. So the G77 plus China is the largest intergovernmental organization system within the UN. So we're going to be providing leadership there. So we need the monies. We need the monies to have as multiple meetings so that we can generate as much consensus. More consultations, more consensus is needed so that we move together. I think we don't want to have a bad legacy as a country that we led a divided group of people, because we don't want to really, we want this to really be a profile that will lay the future grounds for Uganda to lead on other similar kind of initiatives. And like this summit, we don't want to only have this summit as the only final summit. The question is, how are we going to put to use some of these investments that we've made, like the beautiful conversion that has been built in Munyonyo. So we want to...
Well, I'll have to cut you short, and we move to the convention center right at Speak Resort Munyonyo, where the opening is taking place. Right now, next on the agenda is an address by the current president of the NAM, who happens to be the president of Azerbaijan.
Excellencies, we are going through a difficult period where the international system is being challenged with unprecedented threats. Interconnectedness among us has multiplied the effects of those challenges and requires unified and collective responses based on norms and principles of international law. We should stay united in the face of existing and growing challenges and endeavor to make our movement be capable of and sufficiently equipped in coping with them. 4 years ago, at the 18th summit of the NAM held in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship of the movement, which I can proudly say in the past few years have become one of the key players in international relations. As the outgoing chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan has spared no efforts towards further increasing the effectiveness of and strengthening unity within the movement. I truly believe that the Kampala summit will become a privileged opportunity for us to take stock of the progress of our work achieved since NAM Baku summit and to further advance the objectiveness set therein. Before starting our deliberations, I want to draw your attention to the following. The list of leaders of the non-aligned movement member states who passed away since the 18th summit of the non-aligned movement held in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan, on 25-26 October 2019 has been circulated among all delegations. I invite all participants of this summit to stand and observe a minute of silence in tribute to the memory of those who lost their lives. We can now proceed to our deliberations. The provisional agenda for the summit has been circulated among all delegations. Can I consider that there are no objections to the agenda? That seems to be the case, and the agenda of the summit is hereby adopted. I will now deliver a report on the activities of NAM chairmanship on behalf of the chair of the movement. But before starting my address, I wish to invite you all to watch the short movie reflecting highlights from the activities of the Azerbaijani chairmanship of NAM in the last more than 4 years.
Established in 1961 as a group of states that did not align themselves with any of the confronting blocs, the non-aligned movement today brings together 120 states, almost two-thirds majority of the United Nations membership. The movement has since played and continues to play an important role in strengthening international peace and security and ensuring sustainable development. The Republic of Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement in 2019 at the Baku summit of the movement and declared the following priorities. Promotion of Bandung principles that constitute the foundation of the non-aligned movement. Strengthening unity among the member states of the movement and ensuring concerted efforts to address the growing challenges of contemporary world. Although the chairmanship of Azerbaijan to the movement coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic, thanks to the initiatives of global significance put forward by the President of Azerbaijan as NAM chair, the pandemic-related challenges were transformed into cooperation opportunities. Online summit of the NAM contact group in response to COVID-19. UN General Assembly special session on COVID-19. United Nations resolutions on vaccine equity. Institutional setup of the non-aligned movement was further developed upon the initiatives of the President of Azerbaijan. New institutions like NAM Parliamentary Network.
Parliamentary Network is not the only initiative which we put forward and got your support. Another important initiative is Youth Network.
And NAM Youth Network were established. Baku Declaration and Shusha Accord approved the statutory documents of these institutions. Ministerial meetings of various line ministries, including Ministers of Labor, Health and Education, were held. Today, the non-aligned movement is much stronger, more visible, more united, and more effective in defending the interests of its member states.
Our chairmanship was extended again by unanimous decision until the end of 2023, and we consider it as another sign of appreciation of our policy. Our chairmanship coincided with COVID-19, and we took a very proactive stand on that. Azerbaijan provided financial and humanitarian assistance to more than 80 countries with respect to coronavirus.
This is the source of inspiration for the non-member states to continue to act together for building back the better world in the post-pandemic period. Together we are stronger.
Thank you for your attention. Indeed, in a very challenging time to our humanity, Azerbaijani chairmanship has done its best to make the voice of our movement heard in all possible platforms with successful initiatives. No doubt, Ugandan chairmanship will continue this legacy even further, building upon it. Distinguished heads of state and government, dear guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, More than 4 years have passed since the Republic of Azerbaijan took the NAM chairmanship. I would like to summarize the activities carried out during this period by highlighting some of our common successes we have achieved together. Azerbaijan was admitted to the non-aligned movement in 2011. Since the first days of our membership, Azerbaijan became very active in all NAM endeavors and gained great authority by resolutely defending the norms and principles of international law. By unanimous decisions of the NAM countries, in 2019, Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship of NAM for the period of 2019-2022, which was later extended for additional 1 year by yet another unanimous decision of member states. This was a testament of respect and confidence in our country. We are grateful for your trust and solidarity through these 4 years. Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship in a critical time for all member states of NAM, which necessitated concerted and effective responses to the challenges of contemporary world. During its chairmanship, Azerbaijan took practical steps to uphold the interests of the member states at the international arena, guided by the principle of cementing their solidarity and extending mutual support. Azerbaijan built its priorities and activities upon historical Bandung principles and has approved a comprehensive action plan regarding its chairmanship in the non-aligned movement. Since the start of our chairmanship, we have been giving special attention to strengthening movements coordination in Geneva, Vienna, Nairobi, Paris, and The Hague, bearing in mind the central role of the Coordinating Bureau in New York. Periodic ambassadorial level meetings at all UN headquarters, where the NAM is operational, took place, allowing the movement to timely react to situations affecting its member states. With the successful coordination of the chairmanship, hundreds of statements, communiques, summit-level and ministerial-level declarations have been agreed. Resolutions in the UN General Assembly and in the UN Human Rights Council put forward by NAM member states have been adopted. The official website and social network accounts of the chairmanship reflect more detailed information on the above listed activities. It is worth to state that our chairmanship in NAM coincided with COVID-19 outbreak. Azerbaijan, as a non-chairing country, played a key role in consolidating our efforts within movement towards combating this pandemic. We managed to transform pandemic-related challenges into cooperation opportunities. The pandemic has dramatically affected the situation in the world and brought new realities. In this regard, I would like to recall with honor and appreciation the successful global initiatives put forward by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan in his capacity as NAM chair in response to COVID-19 pandemic, which have received broad international recognition and support. Summit-level meeting of NAM contact group in response to COVID-19 on 4 May 2020, establishment of the database of basic medical and humanitarian needs of NAM member states, convening of the UN General Assembly special session on COVID-19, and the adoption of UN Human Rights Council and UN General Assembly resolutions on universal, equitable and affordable access to COVID-19 vaccines are being recalled with particular appreciation in this regard. The pandemic once again demonstrated that the challenges of this scale could be overcome only with solidarity and international cooperation. And the solidarity shown by the NAM countries throughout the pandemic was exemplary. Those initiatives have not only tested responsiveness and approachability of our movement to the growing challenges, but also contributed to its increased visibility. They increased opportunities of NAM member states to receive international assistance, ensured equitable access to vaccines, strengthened capacities of NAM member states to address consequences of the pandemic, and demonstrated the solidarity and effectiveness of our movement to the world. Taking into consideration that the African countries and small island developing states are among the countries most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, the President of Azerbaijan, in his capacity as the chair of the non-aligned movement, has announced the 2 global calls in support of post-pandemic recovery of African and CIS countries. As a first contributor under the calls, the President announced a donation of $1 million by Azerbaijan for each of the calls. Excellencies, over the past 4 years, Azerbaijan also succeeded in promoting the institutional development of the NAM. Establishment in 2021, the NAM Parliamentary Network is on the way to becoming an important asset for promotion of ideals and principles of the NAM, multilateralism, dialogue and interparliamentary cooperation. It will undoubtedly help achieve wider awareness and development of the values of our movement among the populations of NAM, and provide significant input of parliamentarians in addressing the issues of concern for member states. The NAM Youth Organization, founded in 2022, constitutes an additional asset for promotion of multilateralism within the movement. Through this entity, the movement has the opportunity to exchange views on the challenges faced by young people in member states in ensuring their sustainable development and opportunities for joint solutions by the governments of their countries. Headquartered in Baku, capital of Azerbaijan, the NAM Youth Organization, with solid structure and clear, result-oriented vision, will enable the NAM youth community to address the youth development-related challenges more effectively and to convey the unified messages of NAM youth to the international community in a more systematic way. In a very important move, Azerbaijani chairmanship has also proposed the establishment of the NAM Women's Platform, a framework cooperation among NAM member states on the empowerment of women and advancing the rights of women. Convening of NAM conference on advancing the rights and empowerment of women in fall of 2023 in Azerbaijan was a first step towards this end. It is worth to note that with support of member states, Azerbaijani chairmanship reinvigorated the implementation of the right to development as an inalienable human right. With adoption of resolution on the right to development at Human Rights Council in October of 2023, the draft International Covenant on the Right to Development was submitted to the UN General Assembly for its consideration, negotiation and subsequent adoption. Excellencies, I am also delighted to share that during Azerbaijani chairmanship, we had certain milestone achievements towards enlargement of the movement. During our chairmanship, the non-aligned movement has been expanded in both its membership and observer composition. At the mid-term NAM Ministerial Summit held in Baku, the Russian Federation was granted an observer status in the movement. At the ministerial meeting of NAM Coordinating Bureau held in Baku in July 2023, we have agreed to forward the request of South Sudan, the only non-NAM member state from African continent, for full-fledged membership in the non-aligned movement to the Kampala summit. Admission of the South Sudan will be the first expansion of NAM membership in 13 years, bringing the number of member states to 121. This proves a growing validity and increased importance of our movement in the international relations system. Azerbaijani chairmanship has made consistent efforts to promote the practice of demonstrating support to nominations of NAM member states to various positions in the international organizations. Among other chairmanship activities, Azerbaijan has also revitalized the coordinating mechanism of member states within UNESCO by organizing regular ambassadorial meetings, special events, and establishment of database of nominations of NAM member states to the elected positions at UNESCO. We have established NAM Caucus within UNESCO Executive Board. As part of our activities within NAM Paris chapter, we have also established NAM Caucus within International Organization of Francophonie. Azerbaijani chairmanship has also attached particular importance to the development efforts of the NAM member states. Upon the decree of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, we have provided scholarship opportunities for students from NAM member states to enroll in undergraduate, graduate, and other degree programs in more than 20 colleges and universities of the country. Excellencies, these were some highlights from multidimensional and intense activities of Azerbaijani NAM chairmanship from 2019 to 2024. Excellencies, at this historic moment, after 4 years of proudly chairing the movement, we are handing over the chairmanship to the Republic of Uganda with a rich, substantial, and institutional legacy. We are confident that Uganda will spare no effort towards further enhancing the role and visibility of the movement and strengthening unity among its member states. I would like to reiterate that although our chairmanship came to an end, our passion and determination for the success of NAM will always remain strong. We will continue to contribute to a just cause pursued by the movement within the NAM Troika. I wish the distinguished friends from Uganda all the best in their chairmanship and express our readiness to extend all the necessary support in this process. Azerbaijan is proud to take over a new important international responsibility. In fall 2024, Baku will be hosting the 29th Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. As the host of COP29, we rely on precious support by the NAM member states and look forward to welcoming you to Azerbaijan. I thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the agenda is election by acclamation of the chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. I propose the distinguished delegations to elect by acclamation His Excellency, Mr. Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, as chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. So I declare His Excellency, Mr. Yoweri Museveni, as the chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. I invite His Excellency to assume his chairmanship. The floor is yours, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much.
His Excellency, in absentia, the President of Azerbaijan, who has been our chairperson for the last 3 years, who is represented here by the Foreign Minister who was speaking a little while ago. Excellencies, the heads of state and government and the heads of delegations of the non-aligned movement. Excellency, representing the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres. Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. Her Excellency the Vice President of Uganda and all other government and party leaders of Uganda. Fellow Ugandans, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Your Excellencies, the heads of state and governments, and the heads of delegations of the non-aligned movement countries. This grouping of countries accounts for 4.46 billion people of the world. It was started by our far-sighted elders in the persons of His Excellency Sukarno of Indonesia, His Excellency Jawaharlal Nehru of India, His Excellency Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and His Excellency Zhou Enlai of China, when they met in Bandung, Indonesia, 1955. That time I was in primary 3 in the school. The first summit of the non-aligned movement took place in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, in 1961, and was attended by Afghanistan, Algeria, Burma, Cambodia, Ceylon, Congo, Cuba, Cyprus, Ethiopia, Ghana, Guinea Conakry, I think here we're talking of Guinea Conakry, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Lebanon, Mali, Morocco, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, United Arab Republic, Egypt, Yemen, and Yugoslavia. The emergence of the non-aligned movement was a necessary antidote to the irrational polarization of the world of that time between the capitalist Western countries and the communist, mainly Eastern countries. By the early 1960s, our student group was already beginning to be active. We were the third generation of the African anti-colonial freedom fighters. The first generation had been the African-American Pan-Africanists, such as Marcus Garvey, George Padmore, W.B. Du Bois, that had been joined by those who founded the African National Congress of South Africa in 1912. By 1900, the whole of Africa, except for Ethiopia, had been colonized. This direct colonization of the whole of the African continent was the culmination of 400 years of the plunder of Africa by the evil imperialist forces in the form of slave trade and the genocidal wars that went with it, the newly discovered Americas, Asia, China, and the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, and so on, had been similarly aggressed, colonized, semi-colonized, like in the case of China, and plundered. Africa's capitulation, Africa's surrender, had been in part on account of our egocentric chiefs and kings, who out of selfishness could not unite us to fight these evil people. The second generation of the African freedom fighters were people like Mzee Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, etc., who emerged in the 1940s. When we therefore came on the scene in the 1960s, we were generation 3 of the anti-colonial fighters. We seriously studied the interplay of forces that had ultimately led Africa in such a calamity. In those studies, we used the instrument of political economy, which is a study that helps us to discover the fundamental laws that govern the motion of society from one social system to another. What prompts society to change from one form of social system to another? That was our big study. We had to study the dynamics of social change. In that study, we discovered that man, the Homo sapiens sapien, who emerged here in Africa 4.5 million years ago, had been the main actor. Initially, this wise man, that is what Homo sapiens sapien means, was coping with the oppression of man by nature in the form of the floods, the droughts, the diseases, the wild animals, the earthquakes, etc. These natural phenomena were, of course, oppressing other creatures, such as the wild animals, the plants, as well. However, those other creatures could do little or nothing to tame nature. The only thing they could do was to adapt themselves to nature in order to survive. That is how the beaver in the cold climates hibernates during the winters so as to survive. It is only a man that has the ability to try and tame the natural phenomena and harness them to improve his quality of life. Why does man have this capacity? It is because of the 3 characteristics of man. These are a superior brain that is able to reason and not only act by instinct, a hand that can make and use tools to do work, and bipedalism, ability to walk on 2 legs with the head up instead of the head being down like a reptile, trying to navigate among ground-based obstacles, that enables man to see far and think. These characteristics enabled man to invent tools, starting with stone tools, wooden tools, iron tools, until today, when he is able to make tractors and machine tools, etc. These tools enabled man to make scientific inventions that precipitated qualitative and quantitative changes in society. The invention of fire 1.5 million years ago caused society to move from dwelling in trees to dwelling in caves and on the ground generally. Caves were more comfortable than the trees. The invention of the domestication of crops around 10,000 years ago, the domestication of the livestock around 12,000 years ago, the invention of the iron around 1,500 BC, the steam engine, the printing press, electricity, the railway, the automobiles, the aircraft, the automation, vaccines, the invention of penicillin, the invention of quinine, etc., enabled man to cope better and enabled him to harness natural phenomena and items for the betterment of his life. Our study of political economy of creation and society, therefore, enabled us to discover that the best primer of changes, primer means initiator of changes in society, is the development of science and technology. Therefore, societies that move forward their levels of science and technology lay a basis for positive social change and should be encouraged by the progressive forces of the world. This encouragement should be irrespective of the social systems of the concerned societies. However, when man's inventiveness was handling the operation of man by nature, another form of operation of man emerged. This was the operation of man by fellow men. So man had two problems now: operation of man by nature, operation of man by fellow men. This was the operation of man by fellow men. Karl Marx is one of the few analysts that seems to have tackled this new problem for man accurately. He pointed out that it was only during the time of the primitive communalism, when man was still living in hunter-gatherer societies, that society was free of oppression of man by fellow men. Thereafter, all subsequent social systems had elements of oppression of fellow men of varying degrees. This was in the form of wars of conquest, wars of aggression, slavery, imperialism, neocolonialism, colonialism, feudalism, primitive capitalist accumulation, chauvinism, etc. These elements of exploitation are totally unnecessary and only propelled by greed. Was it necessary for the Ottomans to block the Europeans from using the Silk Road that had been pioneered by Marco Polo when they captured Constantinople in 1453? When the Europeans were thus blocked, they started looking for a sea route around Africa, led by the Portuguese, one of them being Prince Henry, the navigator of Portugal. This was a legitimate and positive response forced on the Europeans by the unreasonable actions of the Ottomans. As a consequence of that effort, Christopher Columbus reached the Americas in 1492, and Vasco da Gama went around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa in 1498. By this time, the positive efforts of the Europeans looking for a sea route around Africa had already started being polluted by the evil of slave taking by the Portuguese. It is said that the first slaves were captured by the Portuguese in the year 1441. The two great achievements of discovering the Americas and going around Africa by sea soon proved harbingers of great evil to Africa, the Americas, and Asia. as bullies, the Europeans used their progress in technology of shipbuilding and the use of gunpowder to conquer Africa, the Americas, Asia, and the Pacific. European looting of the rest of humanity through slavery, imperialism, colonialism, semi-colonialism, conquest, and extermination of the indigenous people in some cases went on for 500 years. Instead of humanity celebrating the scientific advances in shipbuilding, the wider use of gunpowder, which had been discovered by the Chinese around 800 BC, the wider use of quinine against malaria that the Spanish had learned from the indigenous Indians of the Americas, the printing press, the steam engine, and all the other inventions were to spend 500 years in anti-colonial wars to expel the evil parasites. In the case of Africa, it is only in 1994 that the indigenous people of South Africa regained control of their country. So we had to spend 500 years dealing with idiotic schemes by greedy people. The oppressors miscalculate when they use their temporary advantage in science and technology to think that they can use that to indefinitely oppress other people. The oppressed will learn, catch up, and defeat the oppressor. That is why empires always all collapse. All empires always collapse. The idea of empires is an evil idea. I don't want to impose my beliefs on you, but as a Christian, in the book of the Acts of Apostles, it says that empires are evil. You go and read the book of the Acts of Apostles. St. Paul describes empires as evil. People are supposed to be free, not to be conquered by empires. We should only have free associations of nations, people of common or shared origin, interacting for mutual advantage with the peoples of the world. Therefore, we, the resistance fighters of Uganda, are flabbergasted and look down with contempt at the philosophical, ideological, and strategic shallowness of some of the actors of the world. Why not respect freedom of everybody if you say you are a Democrat? If you say you are a Democrat, why don't you respect the freedom of everybody? How can you say you are a Democrat and yet you want other people to be slaves? Why do you not seek influence? Why do you not seek to influence people by your good example instead of manipulation, lectures, and threats? Again, in the book of Matthew, it says, "Let your light so shine before men that they see your good deeds and praise your Father who is in heaven." Influence people by example, not by threats and manipulations. Chauvinists of race, religion, tribe, or gender should stop wasting our time and opportunities with their shallow schemes. Action will inevitably invite counteraction. oppression will invite resistance. That is why we, the resistance fighters of Uganda, only fight just wars. We abhor unjust wars. The promoters of unjust wars lose most of the time. These are wars of imperialism, conquest, domination, etc. In the 500 years of European aggression against Africa, it was only from 1912, when the African National Congress was founded in South Africa, that modern freedom fighters came forward to lead the African resistance, the traditional, illiterate African chiefs having failed to defend our sovereignty, except for Menelik of Ethiopia, who defeated the Italian aggressors in 1896. It took the modern African resistance fighters only 82 years to clear the whole of Africa of these invaders, with South Africa being the last to get freedom in 1994. In that 82 years, you had the Mau Mau in Kenya, the resistance wars in Algeria, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, etc. We won everywhere. Our African brothers in all these wars won. But after losing a lot of time, why had the imperialists thought of dominating us in the first place? Therefore, the non-aligned movement was correct. The illogical polarization of the 1940s, 1950s, 60s, 70s, between the capitalists and communists was wrong. Why should new ideas cause tension? This was the mistake of people like Metternich of Austria-Hungary, who thought that the new ideas of capitalism that were challenging the feudal order in Europe could be blocked by war. The Austria-Hungarian Empire ended up disappearing from the face of the earth, and capitalism did not stop spreading. Our stand is that the world should concentrate on the common human problems: prosperity through trade, and that's why I'm very happy to see you here. When you are outside there, you may get stereotypes about Africa, that Africa, they have no food, they are starving. Here we are dying from food. We have so much food here. So those images which you see about some bad situations, don't think they represent the whole of Africa. Africa has got everything. Here we have everything. What we need from other people are markets and investments. But we shall not only sell to you, we shall also buy from you. We are not like others who want only to sell to others but not to buy from them. So I'm very glad to have this big presence of people from the world so that we can interact with you. Our stand is that the world should concentrate on the common human problems: prosperity through trade, the advance of science and technology to deal with human problems, the environment, crime, and terrorism. The future is bright if we act right. These are indeed the Bandung principles of: one, respect for fundamental human rights and for the purposes of the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, recognition of the equality of all races and of equality of all nations, large and small, abstention from intervention or interference in the internal affairs of another country, respect for the right of each nation to defend itself singly or collectively in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations, abstention from the use of arrangements of collective defense to serve the particular interests of any of the big powers, abstention by any country from exerting pressure on other countries. 7, refraining from acts of threats, of aggression, or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any country. Settlement of all international disputes by peaceful means, such as negotiation, conciliation, arbitration, or judicial settlement, as well as other peaceful means of the parties' own choice in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Promotion of mutual interests and cooperation, and respect for justice and international obligation. It is on these principles that the NAM was founded. We, the resistance fighters of Uganda, can testify that by synthesizing the package of ideas have got very good results. Using the ideas of the free market, we use the free market principles. Like this hotel is a joint venture between the government and the private sector. In some cases, the government can have some parastatals, but in most of the cases, we encourage the private sector. So we use the ideas of the free market combined with the ideas of selective state intervention in the economy in some sectors like banking, energy, transport, etc., and also bring back some aspects of the pre-capitalist institutions, such as the reformed cultural institutions of Uganda. Uganda, although starting from a very low base, has had growth rates of 6.2% per annum for the last 37 years. We are therefore not impressed and cannot be part of the morbid, I want the word morbid, sickly, of the morbid bigotry of uni-ideological thinking of this or that type. When somebody says, this is the only correct idea, this is the only correct idea. If you don't believe in this, I will attack you. Really? The universe has been here for the last 30 billion years. This earth has been here for 30 billion years. The human society has been here for the last 4.5 million years. Now you come, within 20 years, you think what you think is the only correct thing. You must be sick. You therefore should not have the audacity to impose on the society you live in, let alone the world, your narrow, uni-ideological orientation. Here in Uganda, we rejected the concept of uni-ideological positions. Our movement started as a multi-ideological political force. We had capitalists, we had socialists, we had Marxists, we had feudalists. They're all. That's why we call our movement, not party. Because a party is uni-ideological. Communist party, capitalist party, those are uni-ideological. Our force is multi-ideological because that's what fits our society. In conclusion, the strength of the non-aligned movement should be used to exercise considerable influence, particularly at the UN, for the effective transformative process for a better common future. In the negotiations for the Pact of the Future, the outcome document of the upcoming United Nations Summit of the Future, to be held in New York in September 2024, we should clearly define priorities that favor developing countries by maintaining unity, solidarity, and collective coordination among our member states in line with the Bandung principles. I assure you all that my team, led by the permanent representative in New York, has my full support to chair the coordinating bureau of the non-aligned movement. I thank you and I welcome you all to Uganda. Thank you very much. Chechi Dako.
Now you give the floor to Cuban Vice President, Chair of G7. Program here.
Oh, here? Okay. I'm getting trained to be chairman. The man is training me how to be chairman. Now, I now know my job now. I now invite His Excellency Salvador Varedes Mesa, Vice President of the Republic of Cuba and Chairperson of the Group of 77 and China, to address us.
Gracias, estimado presidente Yoweri Museveni, estimado jefe de Estado y de Gobierno,
esteemed heads of state and government and heads of delegations, it is a great honor and privilege to participate in this important event in the African continent. Apparently there seems to be an issue with the microphone, says the interpreter. It is a great honor and privilege to participate in this important event here in Africa. Africa is the land of our ancestors. Africa is part of the essence of our homeland and of the community. This year, which marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of our bilateral relations, it was an honor to visit the sister nation of Uganda and reaffirm the historical bonds of friendship and cooperation that unite us. We are holding this 19th summit after more than 6 decades of joint efforts aimed at preserving the unity of the non-aligned countries' movement and coping with huge external pressures intended to divide and weaken the movement. We are the main forum for political coordination of the countries of the South, in defense of peace, independence, and the development of our peoples. Our distinctive diversity is our strength. It allows us to find consensus amidst different viewpoints based on the principles and values that we share. The non-aligned movement has been a leading advocate of many just causes in the world, among them the struggle against colonialism, neocolonialism, fascism, racism, and apartheid. Our movement promoted key initiatives in favor of development, such as the achievement of a new international economic order. It has raised its voice several times against aggressions, against war, and the imposition of unfair sanctions and unilateral coercive measures against our nations. Today, faced with new global challenges, it is essential, it is imperative that we keep our forces united. We need to coordinate positions and ensure that our voice is heard in defense of the aspirations and just demands of our peoples. Cuba, in its condition as chair of the Group of 77 and China, has undertaken to promote unity, solidarity, and cooperation among the countries of the South. We urgently need to coordinate our nations in the face of the current international order, which is deeply unjust, it is excluding, and it is discriminatory towards our peoples. We reaffirm our strong rejection against the implementation of unilateral coercive measures which have been imposed on several members of our movement. Cuba would like to underscore its support to the right of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. We express also our unequivocal support to the right of Puerto Rico to exercise its self-determination and independence. Excellencies, since last October the 7th, we have been witness to one of the cruelest genocidal acts ever to be recorded by history. With impunity and repulsive brutality, Israel has submitted the Palestinian people to a collective punishment that has already taken the lives of more than 20,000 innocent civilians as its toll. How can the Western countries, who claim to be so civilized, justify the murder of women and children in Gaza, the indiscriminate bombings of hospitals and schools, and the deprivation of access to safe water and food? We could further ask, as was done by the historical leader of our Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, in a summit like this back in 1979. Is it not true that we can observe in this irrefutable demonstration of imperialism's aggressive role and the kind of order and peace they would wish to impose on our peoples? Cuba suggests the non-aligned movement being consistent with the historical support to the Palestinian people. The non-aligned movement should, as I said, carry out without further delay 4 practical actions as a contribution to the efforts intended to halt the current act of barbarism. 1. Call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territories in all possible forums. 2. To support the urgent dispatch of international protection mission authorized by the UN General Assembly to the Gaza Strip with a key mandate to guarantee the security and protection of the civilian population and facilitate the delivery of emergency humanitarian aid, including water and foodstuffs. 3. To convene a resumed emergency special session of the United Nations General Assembly, where the NAM would propose a resolution calling for the convening of a peace conference under the auspices of the United Nations that would make it possible to preserve the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including its right to have an independent and sovereign state within the borders prior to 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, or calling the prompt incorporation of the State of Palestine as a fully fledged member state of the United Nations. Excellencies, every historical epoch brings about its own challenges, and the current times bring about challenges which are key and decisive for the future of humanity. The current global order in force is characterized by multiple crises, extreme social polarization, increasing asymmetries, geopolitical conflicts, and an erosion and weakening of multilateralism. Exclusion, ethnicity, and inequality continue to perpetuate. The international financial architecture designed by the wealthiest countries for their own benefit continues to be a stumbling block to the developmental aspirations of our nations. At the current rate of progress, none of the agreed 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, would be or could be achieved. But yet we face the fact that military budgets are reaching exorbitant figures. Climate change is threatening the survival of the human species. And our countries, the ones that least contribute to the environmental crisis, are the ones which are most vulnerable to its impact. The financial commitments entered into by the industrialized countries, the ones that bear primary responsibility for depredation and global overheating, are very insufficient. From the South, let us call for an urgent democratization of the international relations system. This is what we stated in September last during the summit of the G77 in China that we were honored to host in Havana. It is possible to guarantee proud, prosperous and sustainable living standards for the majorities, the great majorities of this population, so long as the huge capacities that are there and exist to create wealth and well-being are used equitably and fairly. Only cooperation and solidarity among all countries will be effective to be able to cope with the colossal challenges of present and future times. The wealthiest countries have no excuses not to meet their commitment to assign at least 0.7% of their gross domestic product to official development assistance. It is shocking that the nations of the South should have to allocate at least 14% of their income to pay for interests associated to foreign debt, and that the least developed countries are paying interest rates that are 8 times higher than those of developed countries. I reaffirm Cuba's commitment to international fraternal cooperation, in particular South-South cooperation, based on mutual respect, selfless assistance, and complementarity. Despite our limited resources and the brutal blockade that we have faced in Cuba, we shall maintain our cooperation with other countries in need to the extent of our possibilities, following our principle of sharing with modesty what we have. Dear participants, Washington's economic warfare against Cuba has not ceased for a single day for more than 60 years. There is not a single Cuban family spared from its terrible effects. It is the longest-lasting, most comprehensive and cruelest system of unilateral coercive measures that have ever been imposed against any nation, designed to force the surrender of an entire people via hunger and desperation. The criminal and illegal economic, commercial and financial blockade imposed by the United States against Cuba has reached unprecedented levels of aggressiveness and has been reinforced to extremes, and is thus becoming the main stumbling block to the development, to the dreams of prosperity and development of more than 11 million Cubans. In these circumstances, we appreciate even more the firm rejection expressed by the non-aligned movement against its criminal policy. On behalf of our people, I also thank the members of the NAM for their rejection of the unwarranted inclusion of Cuba in the unilateral and spurious list drawn up by the United States of states sponsors of terrorism. This immoral and unfounded action by the United States government has curtailed to very high levels the flow of financial resources into our country, led them to a minimum. It is an insult to the truth and an outrage to all Cubans, who have been victims of many terrorist acts perpetrated from the US territory against us for decades, even now as I speak. Brothers and sisters, we would like to thank and congratulate Azerbaijan for its outstanding work in running this movement during a particularly complex period marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, which demanded additional efforts on all of us. We wish Uganda the greatest of success as President of the movement during the 2024-2026 triennium, and it will always be able to count on Cuba's full support. We have struggled together to get to where we are now, and together we have won transcendental victories for our nations. Together we shall continue to wage the necessary battle for a proud, just, prosperous and sustainable future for our peoples. And Cuba will always be on the front line of that battle. We should not forget the words of the historical leader of the Cuban Revolution, when, during the summit of our movement in Cartagena de Indias, almost 30 years ago, and which today are more valid than ever, and I quote, "We are not mere spectators. The world is also our world. No one can replace our united action. Nobody will speak on our behalf. Oh, we alone, and only united, can reject the unjust world economic and political order that they would like to impose on our people. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Your Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda and Chairman of the Non-Aligned Movement. Your Excellency Ceyhun Bayramov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan, speaking on behalf of the outgoing chairman of the movement. Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government of the movement, Mr. Musa Faki, Chairman of the Commission of the African Union, esteemed ministers, permanent representatives, distinguished delegates. I am deeply honored to join you in Kampala today on the occasion of the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. I am especially grateful to His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Museveni, the President of Uganda, and to the government and people of Uganda for their invitation and gracious hospitality. Let me also convey my warm congratulations to the government of Uganda on assuming the chairmanship of the movement. Your known, astute, and insightful leadership assures me that under your guidance, NAM will effectively tackle forthcoming challenges, bolstering both its profile and influence. Allow me also to commend the outgoing chairman, the President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, for his successful stewardship of the movement during difficult times, and notably in broadening its connection with the people through initiatives like the NAM Parliamentary Network and the NAM Youth Organization. This year's summit theme, Deepening Cooperation for Shared Global Affluence, recalls the movement's founding principles of cooperation and collaboration, urgent prescriptions in the current setting. Our world is beset with profound, multifaceted challenges which demand creativity and consensus building to fashion effective solutions. Unhappily, it is precisely in the opposite direction that we are headed. Widening inequalities are breeding fresh grievances, while mistrust and geopolitical competition are hampering efforts to realize our aspirations of achieving sustainable development by 2030. In Ukraine, the Middle East, and here in Africa, crises and conflicts are laying bare the limits of the multilateral system, raising legitimate questions as to the relevance and value of the United Nations itself in terms of its ability to resolve global issues, and whether we, as a global community, can deliver the promise of peace and prosperity for all. There is no doubt that the world is deeply fragmented, complicating the mission and undermining the traditional mechanisms adopted by the United Nations in addressing major problems. And while we must, out of necessity, engage in introspection and adopt more effective strategies and methods to achieve delivery and meaningful impact, the one thing we must work hard to avoid is the loss of our ability to find common purpose and to act decisively when the moment demands it. I must tell you that I am deeply concerned and indeed dismayed about the ongoing calamity in the Gaza Strip. And so I call upon this movement to exert its influence in bringing a halt to the carnage that we are haplessly witnessing. That situation behoves us to ask, how much is enough? And does the very concept of enough even exist in this setting? Looking to the future of the region, I reiterate my urgent call on all parties to refrain from any action that could further spill over into neighboring countries. The General Assembly, encompassing the voice of the vast majority of member states, has been clear. In that regard, I renew the demand for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. This stands as the only credible course of action to authentically address, let alone resolve, this conflict. The wanton prosecution of violence only inspires intergenerational and cyclical appetites for retribution and reprisal. After various iterations of war over several decades, I am convinced that a negotiated political solution is the sole path through which both Israelis and Palestinians will see realized their fundamental right to a life of peace based on the two-state solution. As President of the General Assembly, I will support and encourage any and all initiatives to that end. You can count on me to remain steadfast in that commitment. It is precisely for these reasons that I chose peace as the first of 4 priorities of my presidency, reflecting its foundational importance as a prerequisite for achieving prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The history of NAM itself teaches us important lessons that remain valid today, bearing in mind that the movement was formed at a time of unprecedented global division, when the world appeared to be on the brink. Given NAM's commitment to and advocacy for peace, representing more than half of the global population, it has an indispensable role in guiding our world pragmatically towards a more secure, more just, and more prosperous future for all, where harmony and peace prevail. Excellencies, as we make complex choices about the kind of world we wish to forge, we must never lose sight of the fact that today's challenges, be it war, poverty, natural disasters, climate change and sea level rise, energy crises and food shortages, all have a human face. In whatever way we respond, we must ensure that we always assign pride of place to the human dimensions and consequences of our actions. Pursuit of a human-centered vision of international cooperation offers the prospect of refocusing the international community's attention away from a path of self-destruction towards one of safe and just evolution. To that end, let us strengthen the prospect for peace through investing in human security. Let us respect and uphold human rights. and let us keep human welfare and human dignity at the very center of all that we do. This is clearly the intent of the Charter in the expressions, "We the peoples of the United Nations." This includes ensuring that the technologies revolutionizing our existence do much more to cement our shared humanity rather than to subdue and to subordinate it. As Kofi Annan wisely observed nearly 2 decades ago, no society can long remain prosperous without the rule of law and respect for human rights. As you set about strategizing how best to employ the NAM formula of cooperation to achieve shared global affluence, I am hopeful that you will keep the late Secretary General's precepts in mind. As the UN's largest group, constituting 2/3 of the membership, NAM's critical mass empowers it to play an influential role in shifting the balance of the geopolitical landscape from conflict and confrontation to diplomacy, from suspicion and mistrust to trust-building dialogue, and from violence and aggression to tolerance, understanding, and peace. To move the dial, we need swift action in priority areas. On nuclear disarmament, NAM has the capacity and the influence to contribute to the de-escalation of confrontation by promoting multilateralism as the core principle of negotiation and multilateral diplomacy as the means of achieving progress. In the area of conflict prevention, NAM countries can lead the way by upholding international norms, respecting human rights, and vehemently countering entrenched racism, intolerance, and xenophobic attitudes that provide fertile ground for terrorism and discord and for conflict and strife. I urge the NAM to undertake an in-depth assessment of the new agenda for peace, given its focus on conflict prevention. Perhaps nowhere is the value of international cooperation of more profound consequence than in our pursuit of a sustainable future for all. Indeed, our promise to leave no one behind hinges on our ability to build strong and diverse partnerships, share knowledge widely and strategically, and strengthen our joint capacities to reach the most vulnerable. The Summit of the Future in September 2024 will offer an historic opportunity to fast-track the achievement of the SDGs and forge a new global consensus to transform our multilateral system to deliver with better impact for people and planet. Ahead of the summit in April 2024, I will host the first ever Sustainability Week in the General Assembly, the flagship initiative of my presidency, featuring mandated high-level events on transport, tourism, infrastructure, and energy, as well as a signature event on debt sustainability. I invite the members of the movement, both individually and collectively, to engage meaningfully in these events and to participate at the highest levels possible, to take lead in shaping the new multilateral frameworks that will carry us into the coming decades. The potential of the NAM to drive substantive progress across the global agenda, especially in fostering peace and security, remains formidable. My team and I are ready to support the Ugandan chairmanship in any effort to further elevate NAM's strategic engagement and influence as we mold the future for safety and security and for shared affluence. Together, let us therefore deepen our cooperation. Let us work fervently together to rebuild trust and to open new pathways of cooperation and partnership to ensure that, indeed, global affluence is shared equitably by all so that no one is left behind. I thank you.
I want to thank His Excellency Francis. I now invite His Excellency Musa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda and the Chair of the 19th Summit of Head of State and Government of Non-Aligned Movement. Your Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to begin my statement by thanking His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, for hosting this 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement here in this beautiful city of Kampala, the capital of the Pearl of Africa. My thanks go to the good people and government of Uganda for making all necessary efforts to ensure a successful summit. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank all head of state and government of NAM for their participation in this important high-level meeting. This summit is timely as it takes place under the theme Deepening Cooperation for Shared Global Affluence. It is indeed an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to strengthen our cooperation on the basis of a strategic partnership that endeavors to maintain peace, security, and development while expressing grave concern over the challenges posed by the continued prevalence of conflicts, terrorism, and security and instability in some parts of our regions. A stark example today is the war in Gaza. Africa condemns this unacceptable moral, legal, and humanitarian failure and demands an immediate end to the unjust war against the Palestinian people and for the immediate implementation of the two-state solution. I again express the African Union's full and unwavering support to the Palestinian people, and as a non-aligned movement, we should all demand a stand for international justice and international law for all people fighting for freedom and dignity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the early days of the movement, its actions were key factors in the decolonization process, while later led to the attainment of freedom and independence of many countries across the globe. Throughout its history, the non-aligned movement has played a fundamental role in the preservation of world peace and security. You would agree with me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that the founders of NAM have preferred to declare it as a movement instead of an organization in order to avoid bureaucratic implications of the latter and to reinforce its values as a movement for political and social justice. The membership criteria formulated during the preparatory conference in Cairo, Egypt in 1961 shows that the movement was not conceived to play a passive role in the international politics, but to formulate its own positions in an independent manner so as to reflect the interest of its member states. Much has been achieved, but we continue to face many challenges, old and new. Current challenges facing now include the necessity of protecting the principles of international law, eliminating weapons of mass destruction, combating terrorism, defending human rights, working towards making the United Nations more effective in meeting the needs of all its member states in order to preserve international peace, security, and development, as well as justice in the international economic system. The climate change crisis is a new but urgent global challenge. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has surmounted numerous challenges in the past from which the continent has learned key lessons as it gears up to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve, as outlined in our Continental Development Agenda, Agenda 2063. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, launched by the African Union, represents a global market of more than 1.3 billion people to boost intra-African trade, but also with the world to deepen cooperation for shared affluence. Despite this progress made, many African countries are still facing different forms and magnifications of terrorism, as well as transnational organized crime that risk to undo the important developmental gains on the continent. Africa is now a member of the G20, a key global platform to express the views of the continent with the rest of the world. However, the reform of international global political, financial, and economic institutions to ensure global equity remains a priority for Africa and the global South. Today, I wish to seek the support of all members of non-aligned movement to the efforts of African Union to reform the UN Security Council. Africa, assuming permanent seat in the UNSC, will contribute to the global stability, peace, security, and sustainable development. That is why efforts shall continue to achieve this African dream of securing 2 permanent seats within the UN Security Council. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the non-aligned movement, faced with the goals yet to be reached and the many new challenges that are arising, is called upon to maintain a prominent and leading role in the current international relations in defense of the interests and priorities of its member states and for achievement of peace and security for mankind. Once again, I would like, on behalf of the African Union, to express our appreciation to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the invitation extended to us to be part of this important summit. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your kind attention.
I wish to thank His Excellency Moussa Faki for his statement. I now give the floor to Mr. Yilmaz, Vice President of Turkey, is a special guest.
Your Excellency Chair, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to be in Kampala and to address the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. Let me begin by conveying to you the warm greetings of His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and people of Turkey. I sincerely thank our Ugandan brothers and sisters for their kind invitation and excellent hospitality. We wish them all the success throughout their chairmanship. I also extend Turkey's heartfelt congratulations to Azerbaijan, who has successfully concluded its crucial role at the helm of the NAM. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout its history, the non-aligned movement has been one of the prominent flag bearers for a peaceful, just, and credible international order. In the 6 decades that passed, the world has witnessed many atrocities. Yet the devastation inflicted on Palestinians since 7 October by the indiscriminate attacks of Israel in Gaza has been unprecedented in many aspects. UN Security Council has been paralyzed due to its inherent flaws and has failed even to call for a ceasefire. Thankfully, the overwhelming majority of the international community reject this injustice. We follow closely the proceedings before the International Court of Justice initiated by South Africa, which recently held hearings on the case against Israel made under the Genocide Convention in relation to Israel's actions against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. As for ongoing relief efforts, Turkey stands among the leading nations in delivering life-saving humanitarian aid to Gaza, with close to 6,000 tons of aid to Al Arish by air and sea. The unfolding crisis has made one thing crystal clear. There can be no lasting peace in the Middle East without settling the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We believe that a lasting solution can be possible through embodiment of an independent, sovereign, and geographically contiguous state of Palestine based on 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The prevention of the conflict turning into a regional war is another priority. This is our main message to all relevant parties, both within the region and beyond, in order to keep the situation restrained. Ladies and gentlemen, while the war in Gaza has shifted the global attention to the Middle East, the war in Ukraine is still going on fiercely, shaking the foundations of global security. Establishing a peace, prosperity, and stability belt in our vicinity, as well as around the world, is an important component of our foreign policy. To this effect, we are using our political and diplomatic channels effectively for the peaceful resolution of global and regional problems. A prominent example is the Black Sea Grain Initiative, with which we brought together Ukraine, Russia, and the UN to avert a global food crisis. We are now working with UN, Ukraine, and Russia on additional measures. On the other hand, Turkey contributes to the prosperity and stability of the African continent in line with our African solutions to African problems principle. But to achieve that, we need to ensure that security and stability are restored in Sudan, Libya, Somalia, and elsewhere. With its wide diplomatic network and political determination, Turkey is well suited as a problem solver, system improver, and transformer actor in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Excellencies, dear colleagues, peace and security are the basic pillars of development. As you all know, terrorism is one of the global challenges to development and democracy, which threaten our common future. We have long been simultaneously fighting against multiple terrorist organizations such as PKK, FATO, Daesh, and Al-Qaeda. The eradication of all terrorist organizations permanently is an essential part of Turkey's national security strategy. it is also a necessity for ensuring peace and security in our region. Knowing that the fight against terrorism requires coherent and long-term international cooperation, we will remain at the forefront in mobilizing global action in our common fight against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Excellencies, the theme that our Ugandan friends choose for this summit, deepening cooperation for shared global affluence, precisely overlaps with Turkey's vision and aspiration in its foreign relations. As one of the leading countries in development and humanitarian assistance, Turkey will continue its solidarity with its region and beyond, with the principle of leaving no one behind. Our motto, "The world is bigger than five," captures the international community's rightful call for just, effective, and strengthened multilateralism with the UN at its heart. A more and fair world is possible. This is also what this movement stands for. In conclusion, let me assure you that Turkey will continue to support non-aligned movement members in their quest for sustained peace, stability, and development across the globe. I would like to express my gratitude to President Museveni for hosting the NAM summit, and I would like to thank all the delegates for their contributions.
I want to thank His Excellency, the Vice President of Turkey. I now
suspend for the press to go away.
I now ask the press to leave the hall because they are not trusted for secrecy. They are rumor mongers. So the ones responsible make sure they clear out. So now we are going for the heads of state. You are slow moving, move faster. I now give the floor to His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa.
Deepening cooperation.
And well, of course, now the meeting has been sent to a closed door meeting where the president has actually mentioned that journalists or the press are rumor mongers, so you won't be able to keep such information from the crowd, or let's say from the public. But we are back here to take you through some of what has been highlighted, or to take you through what has been mentioned as the different heads of state, different government representatives were highlighting in the session where we had heads of government and of course the heads of state meeting in the NAM summit, or as the NAM summit was ongoing. And of course the first was coming in from the former chairman, or let's say the holders of the chairmanship for the past 4 years since 2019's summit in Baku. And this was presented by His Excellency Ceyhun Bayramov on behalf of the President of Azerbaijan. And some of the key notes to take, he did say that in a challenging time, Azerbaijani's chairmanship worked to amplify the unionist voice across platforms with successful initiatives, and also he does believe Uganda will definitely build upon this same legacy, a legacy which is to amplify the non-aligned movement, his voice across various platforms, to ensure that the objectives from the founder states are met. And that is something that you can definitely be assured of in the next 3 years as Uganda is holding the chairmanship. Now, Chirabo Robert Nyonyintono is here with me as we analyze the various speeches that have been here, and of course to pick out the major talking points from the speeches this morning.
I'm not with a guest, but I'm with my fellow Rumamonga. And what we are going to do is indeed what we do best. Because now we are going to be telling people what exactly was happening.
Yes.
So let's
it is a reported speech now.
Yes, so we are doing what we do best, Your Excellency, and at least what you are going to say is not part of what shouldn't be known to the public. But we are trusted with information only if it is in public interest. There you can find it very hard to trust us with information. But with my fellow Lumamonga, we go straight first. If there is any session that I've enjoyed, is this session. I want to tell you the delegates here so far, right from the speech of the outgoing chairman by the foreign minister who represented the president of Azerbaijan. You would feel as an African, as a person from a developing country, that they are hitting on the bottlenecks that have kept us where we are. Now, first he talked about what they have been able to achieve. And I want to bring out those outstanding when he said that they have been able to strengthen partnerships. They have been able actually to push forward the vision of the non-aligned movement. But what interested me more was in 2022, where they came up with a youth organization to address the issue of youth. Because when you look at all these countries, you find that they have one common factor. That is a very high youthful population of poor quality. So they have quantity but not quality. What do I mean? That many of these youth are non-employed. Many of these youth are illiterate. Many of these youth are not productive to the country's GDP or national growth. They are out of job. Many of these youth, some are even taken in issues in elements of drug abuse, so in high levels of criminality. So when they came up with this youth organization to give the youth a better platform to air out their common concerns, because when you look at NAM, you have 121 countries. Look at South Sudan adopted. You have 121 countries. But if all these youth, they have a common voice on certain things, then that will do so much in improving the livelihood of youth under this movement. Now, he also talks about the NAM Women platform, which was proposed during their time of office. He says this will push for issues of gender inequality, because also you find that still in these very countries, women still remain very vulnerable. No wonder we saw during the Ministers' Council or Ministers' meeting a delegate from South Africa who said she was amused that it's rare in such gatherings that one can choose the first 2 speakers being women. So it is evident of the challenge.
So it was a shock for them.
It was a shock for them, but no wonder
you did
here.
mention the other time that for us as a country already used to such a situation where women are in leadership positions.
We have the vice president, the prime minister, when we go
and
to
even the order of the prime minister.
Order of, yes, all the deputies. So it's not new to us, but no wonder there are many things that Uganda has been leading. Then also very importantly, when he said they have been able to extend and bring in more membership, talks about Sudan, talks about adopting Russia as an observer under the non-aligned movement. Now, what does this mean? When you have China, you have Russia
as observer states.
As observer states. Arrow in the right direction to where these countries are going, because they have noticed that much as they are not aligned, they were not aligned then, and they have a new word of just learned. But these powers are keeping them behind. So when you have Russia, China in the geopolitics, you find that they have taken a quite unique method of doing things. And even when we have seen a number of issues that require voting, you've seen Russia, China in favor of the South. So I think these countries are seeing that there is a level we can go to, and this is one of the things that he brought out very well, since they took leadership from 2019 to 2024. And he was very clear that he hopes Uganda will carry on the mantle and deliver for the next years.
And of course also, sorry to cut you short, also to add on to what Chiraba has actually mentioned, it was after that speech that President Museveni was handed over the chairmanship for the next 3 years. That will be from 2024 to 2027, and that was from Azerbaijan to Uganda. So now we are we are officially or formally holding the chairmanship of the NAM Secretariat for the next 3 years, and that is something that you could definitely look back and say, well, it is a big statement for a country like ours.
Definitely, and not only the NAM summit, because for the first time you're having a person who is both the chairman of the NAM, the non-allied movement, that was established in 1961, and of course the president gave a rich history all the way to the Badang Conference of 1955, where we saw the 5 brains
that started off everything.
That started off everything. Then we came to 61, and that was in Indonesia. Then we came to 61, where we saw the one in Yugoslavia, the official, or what one would say the first NAM, that was attended by about 25 countries. Now he began by giving us that rich history.
And also mentioning the fact that it was a necessary antidote for the kind of chaos that we were in during such a time. Remember, many states or many countries were fighting for independence. The rest of the world was also fighting financial, going into financial wars and financial crisis. Others were actually going through, because nations like, if you to put it in this way, nations like Japan, for example, were still under the shock of what happened during the World War. So all of that is something that was mentioned. And of course, I did, capture that necessary antidote as NAM was being brought into place, antidote to cure, or as a cure of any circumstances of such nature that would arise in the long run.
And the president is a man who always talks about history. So he gave us that rich history. And I was like, well, sometimes we ask ourselves, the Vasco da Gamas, all this, why? But he shows you that this is the journey. This is where we've come from, and this is why we had to take this. 500 years of operation. And we had
on your screen, that is how that is how the president was assuming the chairmanship, and the chairmanship was being handed over to him by the representative of the president of Azerbaijan. And from there, you can formally say Uganda are the new chairman, or they are representing or holding the chairmanship, that would be the better word to use, of the non-aligned movement from 2024 to 2027. And now on your screen was a group photography that was actually taken for the member states representatives and heads of state plus heads of delegations of the different member states that have taken part of the NAM Summit 2024. Robert.
Well, the president there said that we had 500 years of idiotic skills.
I love how you're mentioning the words.
His choice, so
his choice of words
to report things properly.
You know, his choice of words to have been very specific.
Very specific.
And to the bone.
He was just hitting the nail at the, on the head. So he said 500 years of idiotic skills by greedy people. Now, it took what he called freedom fighters, because he talked about the first generation, second generation, and third generation. Only 82 years for the whole of Africa to be liberated from this. And in his speech, he was talking of how we can no longer and we shouldn't tolerate issues of imperialism, oppression, not respecting the independence of other states, including their decisions that they make. Actually, I went ahead and was wondering if you're democratic. For sure, if you're talking about democracy, then why should you meddle? Why should you intervene? Why should you feel like you have to show me direction?
Why don't you respect the freedoms of everybody?
The freedoms of everybody. He said this universe has been around for 30 billion years. And what makes you think, and humankind has been around for about 4.5 million years. Now, what makes you think, who has been there for 20 years, that you must dictate the way I do my things? You must meddle. I must do things the way you perceive them. And if I don't do that, then you have to threaten me. You have to put sanctions on me. You have to meddle in everything I do.
Okay.
He said, NAM and the G77 plus stands for free association. And that is what Uganda stands for. Free association of nations. That nations come together, they freely associate, respecting their differences and what they stand for economic development. He said, we believe, and NAM on all its principles believe that they should come together to address their common challenges. And these are what he mentioned. For example, he talked of the challenge of only challenges that require humanity problems. He talked about countries coming together for trade, saying, look, Uganda will have everything. What we lack is simply markets and investment. And I love that joke he crashed, that it is good these guests have come to Uganda, and some of these funny stories they have been having about Africa and about Uganda, that is full of hunger, people are dying.
Food insecurity stories.
Food insecurity. Here people are dying of food. We have so much.
And all you know, he didn't lie about the fact that there is plenty of food in Uganda. And of course, we've always reminded the viewers, and even in schools, how Uganda is a food basket of Africa, with the mere fact that it's one thing that the president has for years been emphasizing, that he has actually fought different wars and he has defeated them. But he did also caution many Ugandans that if at all we fail to win a battle like food security, then we are losing it all. And that is something that he has always also prioritized for Uganda.
So he says we have minerals, we have all it takes. The only thing we are lacking and we need from these member states, because numbers are power, not only at negotiation or placing global influence, but also in development, where I calls upon the countries that for us we need markets for what we are producing, because indeed we have so much we are producing, but sometimes markets remain a problem. We need investment. Come and invest here in our minerals. We need investment when it comes to industries. We need investments in the field of technology. So that is, and when he's saying that, he's not only referring to Uganda, but all member states. What advantage do you have over me, and how can we use that for all of us to develop ourselves? He talked about what should be bringing countries together, the common problems, and that is issues like terrorism, climate change, various crimes, and also pushing forward issues of ICT. That this is where we should work together as countries under this. And the president also mentioned so much when it comes to issues of looking at finances on this continent, because if you have so much potential, we should stand in solidarity and cause certain changes that need to be, certain reforms. He believes that through this summit, through the non-allied movement and the G77 plus China, we have capacity to cause powers that be to ensure that we push for the necessary reforms. The reforms that many are talking about is, of course, the representative at the UN Security Council, then also these international financial organizations, like I think it was the speaker from Cuba who said, how fair is it?
The vice president.
The vice president. How fair is it that a developing country is given a loan with an interest 7 times,
bigger,
I mean 8 times than a developed country? Which mathematics is there? You're giving
more
these
like
people,
you're depressing.
Yes, you're giving these people money for them to develop.
But yet
you're telling them
the repercussions after utilizing that particular.
I'm not developed, I'm underdeveloped, a developing country.
How do you expect me to
Sonko is a
to
developed
get the interest?
country,
Yes.
but we come for the same loan, then the interest rate I have to pay back is
bigger
8
than
times
what he's supposed to
than
be.
what Sonko is supposed to. So those are not ours, they're against us. And through such gatherings, he believes, through such movements, through such affiliations, the president of Uganda, now the current president of the NAM and the G77 plus China, he's saying we can cause these reforms. The time is now, and is very optimistic that with these deliberations, the outcomes therefore will clearly push this agenda further.
Okay, and of course, not to forget, when you look at what more of what Chiraba has actually put in place, or what he has actually mentioned, his president was also quoted saying that he's also flabbergasted and looking down with contempt at the philosophical and ideological and strategic shallowness of some of the actors of the world. These particular ones in relation to the fact that they claim or say that they are democratic, more like you've mentioned, but seem not to respect freedoms of everybody. And this is where he has actually also taken the stand of the fact that with the non-allied movement, one of the reasons as to why it was there is respecting issues of other states. Even the member states always have their own issues, but when they come together in such gatherings, they always have to look for one common cause. And the common cause amongst many are some of the issues that they are suffering, or some of the shortcomings within these developing countries, issues climate change, issues to do with debt sustainability, and all of that amongst the issues as well. Of course, the food insecurity, though he did mention for countries like Uganda, really that is not a bigger issue as reported by some states across the world. But besides that, Chirabo, as we move further with some of the highlights here, I will bring you back to what the president had said. But the vice president of Cuba, that is His Excellency Salvador Valdez Mesa, while assuming the role of the chair for the G77 plus China, he did mention that Cuba is committed to fostering unity, and he also put in place the solidarity part of it for the 1,000 countries. Now, the southern countries here are members of the G77, which is close to 134 member states. The cooperation is something that all of them have been touching in regards to, pushing for solidarity and promoting that cooperation. They feel it's the best way for developing countries to grow.
Well, when you look at Cuba, is one of the countries that has had continuous oppression by the Western powers, to be more specific, USA, because they feel it has to do things differently. And of course, that's been long-standing. Now, you must understand that when you talk about NAM and the G77 plus China, this has 55% of the world's population. When you add up these countries, they make 55% of the world's population. So they have a power. They have power when they speak, or power when they unite together. And now, when you look at 1994, where they had the adoption of China as an observer, you see that it is a very strong alliance, very strong body, because you can't have this huge population. And very interesting is, these are not all developing countries. You can't wake up and call India a developing country. You know, the number of countries within this that have already developed. And when he talks about solidarity, is that when they unite and together push, indeed they will get the outcomes they want. For example, there are also now, when you look at NAM, you find that after its formation, they later identified that as we are countries under NAM, but we are also in the United Nations. So how do we come up with a group where we can voice our interest in the UN? That is why we see in 1964, 15th of June, they come up and form this body. By then, there were 77 countries. That is the group of 77 countries. Of course, numbers have increased to about 134, but the name still remains the original. They click to the 77 countries by then that did form this. But the main purpose was that much as the UN is the biggest body, let's also have our cocoon, our caucus, our group, where we can ensure that our voices are heard. So talking about solidarity is the basis actually for the formation of the G77 to push for their critical issues of interest.
And also President Museveni mentioning something to do with the fact that investment, the room for investment and trade is very possible in Africa, because Africa has got everything that we need as a continent. He has also further emphasized the fact that Africa wants to trade with the rest of the world, that we do want to buy from these markets of the member states, but also we want these markets to buy from us, not like some other people who want us to buy from them, but yet don't want us to sell to them. So these are some of the things where you mentioned of the fact that as we are seeking for cooperation, it is supposed to be you know, a win-win for everyone. And that is something that the president has further emphasized on. But well, at this particular moment, we will be right back after the break as we continue to digest matters of national importance in regards to the Non-Aligned Movement Summit. Good afternoon and stick around.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
Kimanyiddwa buli 14 February omwaka gwonna ebeera Valentine eyaluna egenda kuba ndala nnyo. Tugenda kubeera mu Love Legends Valentine ne Victor Rose ku Kingdom Kampala ng'abanaakeerako okusasula bajja kusasula omutwalo gumu, ate abalala emitwalo 2, VIP emitwalo 5. Abanaakeerako okusasula emmeeza bajja kusasula kakadde, ate wali ku mulyango $2,000,000. Mujje twekuba ma love ku Kingdom Kampala ku Valentine's Day ne Victor Rose.
Nebiwagirwa Star TV.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Empowered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Have you packed? More of it harbor jelly and harbor fog. Yes, it packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More of it packed. It is a new improved more of it harbor jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more of it harbor jelly.
Tell me, kids, the scent. Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
Enyonta eno bwenumanga nywako kumiro taimwera nga nosako bwenva mutuliro mumiro nga nywako mu ofisi yakwafinera kyemunywerayo hydration time yeye kakwenywako the only water that can quench my thirst. Aquafina we are good. Aquafina hydration that is good. With essential and good. 10 over 10 water bottle. Aquafina is my drinking water, my love.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
All right, we'll be back from the break, and many thanks for sticking around to your national broadcaster. Ours is to make sure that you are inspired and pretty much given the information you need to move forward in this new year of 2024. A steady first year. The good part of it is the fact that it did kick off on a Monday, showing you that we are moving very fast with everything we are doing as a country. And on Uganda's perspective, the summits themselves do represent a sort of seriousness, not even a sort, serious business. And we are standing on a lot of business this year as a country, and our focus is on leading other nations to the same direction as we are heading to. We are holding the chairmanship for NAM as of today, formally or officially till 2027. It has been handed over to President Yoweri Museveni. Good afternoon once more. Welcome along, everybody. And joining me this afternoon to discuss more and try to understand what the President has been able to present before the other heads of state and other heads of delegations at the Nana Light Movement Summit happening now at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. I do have Kambula Melton, a Peace Service Ambassador and the President for Global Peace Foundation. Good afternoon, good sir, and many thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, Ugandans that are following the proceedings of the NAM across the country. May God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President, for hosting this, this historic event.
Indeed, and we are here for the historical discussions as well. Milton, let's kick off with the Nana Light movement. It has been a long week. Today is day 5. What are your takeaway points from there? And what has been your observation? How important has it been, and how important is it for Uganda?
First and foremost, there is a war going on between the global south and the global north. In the perspective of the awakening of countries wanting independence, true independence, not to be Oyabianswa, you know. So we want to really see that we are on the table.
Without having the new colonialism.
Exactly. So the corridor that has really impeded countries in the global south, we want to unite ourselves so that we can have global affluence, first at policy level at the United Nations, but also somehow negotiate with the West to find a win-win. And those of you who are following the proceedings, you are aware and you have learned today from the President's speech that indeed it's the global south, they call them developing countries, whose resources are being tapped to build the global north. And so he has given us a narrative that unity is power, that when you are united, then you can now put your hands together and somehow shake and negotiate with the nuclear powers, that is to say the United States, Russia, and Canada, and others, you know. So in his message, we have learned that it is time to wake up, and Africa must wake up, defend its values. I really like the President. The irrational polarization of politics, of economics, of science and technology, to the extent that the people who provide the future of the world are the people paying the cost.
You know, he says he looks down with contempt in regards to how different powers are handling issues. Their ideological, you know, attacks on other African countries or other member states, or the weaker states, their strategic, you know, ideologies that they send to push out in the name of democracy. Your take on that?
Democracy, of course, you are aware. Even this, I think he was communicating with the Americans. And we are lucky we haven't yet joined the BRICS. Because somehow the President hosting this is sending a signal that our defense on our cultural values does not mean we are your enemies. Here we are talking about a negotiation table of saying, please do not force your values on us because they don't define who we are. And so as an original man, the black melanin, solar powerful people of the world that gave birth to the world, we got to stand together and they warn the West that indeed what defines Africa and the power of Africa are these values that we must desperately defend, because they now form our survival. So for example, the extended family values he talked about, you know, the culture of Ubuntu, living for greater good of others. That is what Africa and the developing countries really must unite towards achieving. So he talked about something in regards to also that, mentioning about issues going on in, you know, in Israel and Palestine, the Gaza Strip.
Yes.
And I also had the Foreign Affairs Minister of Turkey. And of course, all the giants, all the leaders are really saying, no, stop it, our colleague, our brothers in Israel, stop the Gaza heat point, stop the heating. Because the Palestinians have a right to have a state, just as the Israelites. So now, of course, has been a weak platform because its popularity ended in 1980s. So the President has now a huge role to activate its mandate of protecting the environment, promoting human rights, good governance, the rule of law, but very importantly, the issue of cross-border trade. And integrated economics.
You know, he mentioned something about wars, by the way, Milton. He says that we as the resistance fighters, quoted, the resistance fighters don't fight unjust wars. Exactly. He says that the people who fight unjust wars end up losing because the oppressors, or the people who are being oppressed in return, start up resistances. Exactly. So when you look at the fact that he says unjust wars are things that we should not be part of, addressing the entire NAM member states, that if you're taking part in an unjust war, the chances are you're going to lose.
Exactly. Exactly. And he challenged us. That Muse is really a very bright man. Him saying that NRM is not just a party, but a movement, a mass movement of individuals, focusing on strategic elements of development. So I have learned something as a young person, and I think those of you who are in NUP, FDC, DP, now we don't need these called parties. We got to really go to the ground, mobilize people towards a common shared vision of recognizing that regardless of our religions, tribes, gender, we are one family. And what confronts us is poverty, is disease. Then how can we unite? To now confront a common enemy on poverty.
Okay. And of course, he furthermore notes on something to do with the chauvinists of race, religion, tribal gender should stop wasting their time and opportunities, because it does seem like the more they oppress the developing countries, the more resistance is likely to be coming up. And of course, he says that the non-aligned movement was correct in the illogical polarization of the 1940s, 1950s, and then the 60s, with the fact that they decided that between the capitalists and the communists, the competition was wrong, so they had to stand out as a states that are non-aligned to any of those movements. How far have we gone when you look at the fact that we decided to take such a stand as member states of NAM?
When you see that TV and you see the whole world, 120 countries, they are all really craving, thirsty of one day having a united world. They are all saying enough to the Cold War. Look at the impact of North Korea is causing on the world. Because Russia and the United States fought a battle there, and each of them divided the people of Korea, who have one tribe and one mother and one father, and the two countries have, for the last 60 plus years, continued to battle each other and fight each other when they really breastfed on the same breast and milk. Now, when you now look at Museveni, this is what we call legacy project. In my view, this is a legacy project to the world. And in fact, I'm disappointed today because radios in Uganda now, they are talking about sports, money, what. This, I think it would be a presidential order.
No, radios, with exception from our radio stations.
Of course, yours are good, but I mean the whole country, because Ugandans in my village really need to be following up every proceeding. But look at this. The challenge right now that NAM is going to battle with is that, yes, we have 55% of the world population. Two is that at the United Nations, we actually make more than 70% of the signing of laws, policies that are even against our interests. Now, how will Museveni negotiate that and end the impunity of how African people, 54 countries, really signing laws that are against their future? Two is that now you know that 0.2% of the global economy is what now members actually share on the global economy index. How do we now confront that reality that coffee trading in the whole world, Africa, and Uganda in particular, a farmer who produces this. So Museveni, this is beyond nuclear war. This is beyond nuclear war. But remember, the West is also not seated. They are, as we are seated here, they are also seated in the West. How do we now disorganize these fools in Africa who are seated to now come to disorganize our plans? The scrub and petition of Africa is what Museveni wants to disrupt. Okay. But then our question is, how are the young people prepared? Because they constitute 70% of the effort that must be put in these game changer projects.
Well, the game changer projects are quite many. He also says, of course, because we're analyzing and breaking down for you a little bit of what the president has been able to highlight in his speech before all the heads of state and, of course, heads of government delegations. So he's also looking at the other states that are attacking what he terms as the peace of the African nations or other member states, the developing countries. You look at the fact that he says, why do these nations not seek to influence people by good example instead of manipulation, lectures, and threats? Now, on that particular matter, how does Africa, or how can the nations under the non-aligned movement walk out of this particular threat and the manipulation that the president has spoken about?
In my view, he's challenging us, as I have said, he's challenging us that we got to be examples to the West. And so he actually regressively tries to tell President Biden and the UK Prime Minister, Canada Prime Minister, and the West that, colleagues, it's time to sit on a round table and all of us share the benefits of the world. And please, through respect, mutual respect, that you are in your country, you have sovereign power of your country. Let me in Uganda have the power also to lead my people. We have a constitution. Just like he actually brings back Mugabe, Robert Mugabe, alive. And I like that, because these are Pan-African speaking. So, but now the challenge, my brother, which we are not talking about, is that the 120 countries, the NAM members, each country is actually challenged with these same rhetorics. The coups that are happening in some of NAM members is what Museveni say, colleagues, can we be examples? The corruption because we cannot push the West, say, hey guys, look at this, we will not accept LGBTQ+, but when we are the most corrupt nation in the world. You see that correlation now? So he's saying, my colleagues, the 120 countries to do here, let us lead the West. And how are we going to lead the West? By our unity.
Well,
2, by our collective response, that when we are going to sign at the United Nations, we have to sign using one direction. That if we are saying denuclearization of nuclear warheads by the West, reduce them to maybe 20%, then that recalls that Africa must lead as the best negotiator. But you are aware, when we are at the UN, we are the people who are corrupted with millions of dollars to sign the opposite
of what we
are supposed to represent. To look at what is happening in Sudan. Look at what is happening in
Even
Sudan.
the Somalia and Ethiopia.
Even Somalia. Look at what is happening in many countries in Asia. So the war between the West, of course, I mean capitalism and the capitalism and the Russian model, is that war. That's why Russia is not a member of NAM, and so we should not actually prevent joining BRICS, because Russia is mobilizing through BRICS. So Museveni is on the right track in my diplomatic leadership. Is that president is saying to the West that I am not mobilizing for Russia to fight your war or to fight against you, but these are weak nations trying to actually negotiate for space to actually bring back resources back to the country.
Well,
so I think the nation need to understand this narrative. And I thank the Foreign Affairs Minister to have guided the president not to join BRICS at this particular time.
Okay. Out of context, I love your energy. I think I should be taking that to my weekend this time around. But besides that, you've mentioned something about the nation, and brings me to my other question. Ugandans have been asking how relevant this particular NAM summit is to our country. Not only that, also looking at the fact that we have the third South Summit, that is the G77 plus China summit that is taking place in Uganda as well at the same time. Now, when you look at that, how relevant is this for the Ugandan people? And not only that, we have 3 years of holding the chairmanship for the NAM, the non-aligned movement. How important, relevance of this?
One is no one should be left behind.
Just like the Third South Summit says.
Exactly. Global affluence. I work in 51 countries around the globe, and I only sleep for 2 hours.
A day?
2 hours a day, because here, it's day, it's night, so we operate a lot of offices. What I've learned is that when you host such a kind of event, is that the whole world is on you. So each country is giving feedback to their countries. We are talking about more than 3 billion people. So in the next 48 hours, we have the whole world listening and following proceedings in Uganda. That's a very good mileage for our tourism, because people want to know, oh my God, because such a kind of events go to stable countries where there is peace and tranquility. So the moment you are actually opposing that, Museveni, you don't host it, you are actually killing and shooting yourself in your own feet. So already as we speak, more than 3-point-something billion people are following Uganda. And every time they are talking about Uganda, just know, those of you who have NGOs, you're going to get resources. Those of you who have now, like in Kasese, where I come from, the Fort Portal people, the places of tourism, you're going to make money. The hotels are going to be full the next 3-4 years, actually. And not only that, the economy is going to develop, because now the investors every day, they are looking on the radar, where should we put our money? Where should we put our money? Now, Uganda becomes a choice because its marketing through these kind of international conferences and convenings of heads of state is an indicator, a signature of trust that indeed country Uganda, nation Uganda, is where we must put our footing in terms of trade and business and investment. The third one, which is very critical for Ugandans, basically, for those of you on the opposition, I saw some people, asking, but now how does opposition, Now, remember, NAM's objective of being set up was to promote human rights and good governance and democracy. So in my view, other than going to Kampala Road and you strike, you would mobilize the whole country to follow up the proceedings and the signing of the declaration. Then you put Museveni on the hot spot that you, Museveni, you hosted an event and you are not respecting the declaration you signed yourself. So in my view, that this event is not only going to help in those 3 areas I've mentioned, but there are some potholes that are also going to be fixed. Now, number 4 is that in the long term, because 3 years really, that's a good time. Because, you are laughing at me, that's a great point, by the way. Because when a visitor comes, a home that does not have visitors will have dirty toilets, dirty cups, the money, everybody. But it is an African culture that when a visit is coming, they will take the best food. The toilets will be swept. The sitting room must look good. And that's why some cases here is fixing some, here, there, and some hotels are going to get people, our children are going to get improved salaries. And not only that, let me tell you, in the field of diplomacy, our stakes, and this is...
We're getting the votes of confidence.
Of confidence now. Museveni, Uganda, it's not just Museveni, it's the people of Uganda hosting the whole world here. So our stake in diplomacy, some of us who have been looking for funding, people say, where are you coming from? I don't know you. They're going to give us resources. Even CBOs in the villages. And so things to do with the environment, those guys are going to get funding. It's really, the benefits are too many, but on the Pan-African side, let me share this, that now it is time to showcase what Pan-Africanism is all about. Because all countries have come there, they are all going to say, these people are really Africans and they love Africa, and I think they have organic food, they have strong culture, they have strong, so they have the minerals. Some of them are going to the mines, actually, I am telling you, to have evidence that Uganda really has gold, has these oils you are talking about, and all that is investment. And so in summary, I must say that really congratulations, Mr. President. I thank you. hosted our Global Peace Leadership Conference in 2018. He invested $9 million. In my event in Munyonyo, we hosted 55 countries in Munyonyo. And so I thank you for really that spirit. Actually, we need these more and more conferences so that we turn Uganda into the sitting room of the world.
Milton, I want you to get back to, to bring it to the level of Omuntu Wawansi. Most of them were actually having less ideas about the non-aligned movement. As we're winding up with our conversation, in your parting shots, the message to the Ugandans, to the delegates as well. And when I'm talking about the Ugandans, I want the Wanainchi, the Omuntu Wawansi, the Sonko of Chitukutwe. We need to know how are they going to be, influenced by the non-aligned movement. In your parting shots, the message to Ugandans and then to our visitors.
I want to tell you, Ugandans, in tubadde mu lutalo lw'emyaka 6 olunaku luno lumenya enjegere. This event is breaking barriers, because for all the 6 years we have been here, Africa has been heated starting with slave trade. You go to colonialism. You go to the First World War, Second World War, the Cold War. Omuntu wa bulijjo yabonabona. And when strong men, strong elephants are fighting, it is the grass which is being cut down and in pain. Kati omuntu wa bulijjo, you may not have that one from Museveni. No. The government of Uganda under NRM is negotiating so that colonialism and slavery ends now. How? By making sure we join the rest of the world, unite, break barriers of trade so that enyanya zo ziri mu nnimiro, so that you may work your circles, you deal in cow skin and tomatoes, and so that your products may find themselves in the market of Singapore. Because for you to be able to get benefits from agriculture, you need to trade with other countries. And so the more countries you are trading with, the better profit, the better prices for your goods. So you need the 120 countries. You have been suffering. Now with the 120 countries, all demanding your organic and sweet fish, sweet fruits, sweet vegetables. Now the Muntu Wansi will actually now start harvesting billions of money every 6 years.
In a minute, Milton, to the visitors.
Oh my God, they are listening.
Yes, they are watching and listening.
Wow, our visitors, you're welcome. I want to tell you that this is the sweetest place in the whole world. You are in the heart of where God started his art of creating mankind. I want to let you know that Uganda is the pearl and the hub of the world. And so you choosing to come and participate in this NAM and G77 summit is a really indicator of the fact that you trust us. And we thank you for coming. And when you go back, please go tell what you have seen today, because what you have seen is actually just 1% of what is across the other part of the country. So you are welcome. We are loving people. Ugandans are loving people, and they have good culture. They have abundant natural resources. Come and invest, because your investment is to the portfolio that when you invest here, you are guaranteed peace and so on, profits, and you can even repatriate your profits. And so I welcome you to Uganda. Please come back again. Enjoy the people of Uganda. Those of you who have not yet married, please, our beautiful girls, you can marry them. The boys, please don't go away. The girls, you can decide to get married here and even settle with the family. We thank you and we love you, and we really say you are welcome to Africa.
Well, indeed, you're welcome. And Milton Kambula here, the president of Global Peace Foundation, is also the ambassador of Peace Service. I will tell you, in my mind, I actually thought he's a public relations officer, an evangelist of a sort. But hey, he's speaking lots of good things for Uganda. And surely, indeed, this is a nation you would want to invest, be part of, and create bonds, and, of course, foster cooperation. Well, earlier today, we had the Summit of Heads of State, 19th Summit of the Heads of State. And of course, Uganda assuming the presidency, rather President Museveni assuming the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement from 2024 to 2027. You're watching your national broadcaster, and of course we shall be having Milton Kambula amongst the days that we actually, coming to the climax or to the end of the summit. So we expect him to be back to give us more analysis from the non-aligned movement summit. But as of now, it's a good afternoon. Stick around to UBC. More news is coming up and analysis. Good afternoon.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Jovia ng'oyolekera ku lugendo luno olw'obulamu nkuwa ekirabo eky'amaanyi agatazizibwa, amaanyi okulabibwa n'okuwulirwa mu mawanga ageewala ennyo, okutuuka buli wamu nga yadde togenzeeyo, ensi yonna ng'ekuli mu ngalo. Okutambula mu biseera n'okumanya buli kimu ekirina okumanyibwa. Jovia, kino kye kirabo kyange gy'oli.
Tewali kkubo ku ki ky'osobola okukola ku mukutu nnandameggwa ogwa MTN.